I don't know about you guys, but this is like the deadest I've ever seen the parking lot before.
I don't know how we parked up front. This is crazy.
The Arnold is not.
Oh, where is
How?
this the wrong place? Are we lost?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the exact booth I'd planned for this year.
I feel like it was a lot bigger last year.
But something's better than nothing. And while everybody, including us, is very upset that the Arnold Expo is canceled, we are still coming to you guys live so you can watch the webcast of the Arnold Classic, which is still going on in the Arnold site. And I know everybody was excited about the booth. I know you were.
I was good.
We always love having the booth and the excitement that the booth generates and having everybody come up to the brand and say, I love it, I love Total War, I love this or that. And obviously we do deals at the booth. We do the biggest deal of the year at the booth, which is a buy one, get one free mix and match. So we're gonna do that exact same deal from right now until Sunday. So even if you couldn't come to the Arnold Expo, you couldn't get the deal of the century, you still can on redcon1.com. What do you think?
Can't come to the booth? We're gonna bring the booth to you.
Days of mixing pre-workout powders are over. Redcon 1's best-selling pre-workout Total War is now ready to drink. With 6 amazing flavors, Total War RTD provides 12 ounces of fully dosed adrenaline to push you through any workout. Visit redcon1.com to order today. With the MRE meal replacement shake, you put in about, it depends on 12 to 16 ounces of water, depending on how you want it to taste, basically, you know. I like it a little bit thicker. You don't go too much more over 4, you kind of get level it off, right? All right, there you go. You gonna mix yours up in your shaker there, Brian?
What? I'm a big guy.
Hey, that's my spot. Wrong choice.
Where's the card?
Performing at a high level takes a toll on your body. Every kick, every sprint, every single drill causes stress to your muscles and makes it harder to repeat. Grunt from Redcon One provides those essential amino acids that the body can't produce naturally. Don't let soreness keep you out of the game. Try our EAAs to keep your body at the highest state of readiness. Is your protein bar so hard and chewy you lose your teeth trying to eat it? The MRE bar by Redcon One has a soft whole food core made with beef, chicken, salmon, and eggs. Totally unique and ridiculously delicious. Choose the MRE whole food bar and have something to really smile about. So Bob, we're gonna do our intro pregame and then we're gonna take a break till the men's come out?
We'll probably take a few.
Hello, everybody. Bob Ciccarello here. We are at the beginning of the 2020 bodybuilding season. It is finally upon us, and we start things off, as always, with the big one. The Arnold Classic starts it all off. The road to the Olympia begins now. And I am joined with two gentlemen you may be familiar with. Our good friend Aaron Singman from Redcon One. Aaron, welcome back to the Arnold.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob.
Hardly seems like it's been a year since we were doing this last, but we're here.
Isn't it funny how time flies? I mean, literally, it seems like we're sitting right here doing this, and I was on this side literally, I don't know, months ago, and instead it's been a whole year.
Well, and a whole lot's changed into that year, and we'll get into that. This rather large gentleman to my right, a man whose name is synonymous with the Olympia and the Sandow, of course, Luke Sandow, IFBB superstar. Welcome, Luke.
Hey, Bob, how's it going? This is very strange.
I know, isn't it?
On this side of the curtain. Very odd.
It's you, though. It fits you very well, my friend. So
The shirts.
Well, you find yourself usually on the stage, but you're back here doing the commentary, and we're going to get to your comments on the prejudging in just a few moments. So many of the gentlemen that you've just shared the stage with not too long ago here today, so I'm sure you've got a lot to add to.
Yeah, I mean, just say you saying it's a year ago.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy. It's gone flown by.
Well, one of the biggest considerations, obviously, as everybody knows by now, the coronavirus has struck worldwide, of course, and unfortunately the Arnold not without its own. So they had to make a lot of concessions this weekend with the city, with the CDC, with the Lormers and the Arnold Group, and this was a big mess. But you know what? They did the right thing. Even though we couldn't have the expo, the athletes were allowed to compete, and that was the important thing, really. These athletes have trained hard. They've trained for months. A lot of sacrifices, a lot of money, a lot of time expenditures, and again, an Olympia qualification on the line. So at least the athletes, and not just bodybuilding, all the athletes were able to compete this weekend. So, and there was limited support. Obviously, fans could come to some events, not others. But all in all, at least they pulled it off.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, for me, walking around here, seeing the lack of people. You walk through the streets, and normally Saturday here in Columbus during the Arnold is crazy. I mean, even walking through the streets, you're bumping people, and obviously the expo hall, walking through, it's normally pandemonium. So to walk through and see it like this, of course, was sad. I mean, for me as a fan, as a spectator, as part of the media, and now an owner of a supplement company, it was sad to see. But on the flip side, I do think at least expo was a smart thing to do. There's 250,000 people touching, hugging, wanting pictures, and that's a lot of that. I was a little upset, and I could tell Arnold last night at the prejudging night show last night was upset as well that so many people put their hopes and dreams coming to Columbus, and he didn't want this. None of these guys wanted this, and the governor stepped in and said this is the way it needs to be, and they did what they had to do. But it's great that bodybuilding, what built it all, what started it all, was still supported, and we still have the Arnold Classic here tonight.
Well, it was great to see Jim Lorimer, who started it all with Arnold many years ago. And Jim, at 94 years young, still bringing it. We saw him at the induction ceremony for the Hall of Fame for Dr. Bob's Hall of Fame earlier, and we saw some great people there: Leslie Visser, Johnny Damon, Eddie George. So it was really cool. But your heart's got to go out to Bob Lorimer and his crew for really trying to keep this together and keeping their cool. It was a lot to do this weekend, but so a major kudos to Bob. His crew from the Arnold, of course, Arnold himself. Without this whole thing, probably would have been canceled. So, a little strange, Lou, coming in here. I mean, it's not what you're used to when it comes to.
I mean, when we were in the prejudging earlier, you could hear a pin drop, literally. Yeah. But I mean, thankfully, they allowed the spectators. I mean, imagine doing the Arnold Classic to nobody. It'd be the weirdest thing ever.
And the weird thing, you hit your bread and butter shot, and usually, you're going to get a response, and there's nothing. There's crickets.
You just say like a cough in the back.
I talked to some of the judges, and they were saying that they felt kind of weird. They almost felt like they needed to start clapping or something because it's like, wow, they're not used to this. But you know what? Everybody came together. Great show. Let's get right into the prejudging, though, because I tell you what a great lineup that we start the year off with.
Yeah.
This lineup, probably the best Arnold probably the last 15 years.
This was a super strong lineup.
And, headlined by a guy that is making history every single time he steps on stage now, and that's, of course, the Blade Dexter Jackson. Dexter, 51 years old, and he's still bringing a physique that's top in the world, and he was competitive this morning. When I say competitive, he's competitive for the win.
Yes.
So what do you think about Dexter as he took the stage?
Dexter continues to defy time, to defy age. Dexter comes out, gets to Columbus with this big gray beard, shaves it off for the actual show, and then he goes from 51 back to 33 again every single time. And when he gets on stage, man, it's just an amazing thing that he continues to keep on going. And this, he says, he's making an announcement. This is his last Arnold, and this will be his last season. So part of me, as a fan again, is sad to see him go, but man, what an amazing career this guy has had. And continues. He's leaving at the right time, in my opinion, on his own volition, deciding to leave really literally at the top.
Well, I think he's at, 29 wins or 30 wins or something like that?
I think he wasn't.
Did he get number 30? He's got the all-time record, no matter how you dice it.
I think was his 29th win.
So he's right on the cusp of 30. Yeah. He's been doing this. He's been on the Olympia stage for 20 years. He has made a decision. Now he made this decision early, which I thought was smart. And I talked to Gail, his better half, much better looking half, and she said he wanted to go out on his own terms. He made his decision early, and he put it out there because he wanted people to know and appreciate, and the fans can appreciate that because they have an opportunity to see Dexter now and know that this may be potentially the last time they see him on the stage, unless they want to travel around and catch him. But obviously a former Olympia champ, he's qualified for life to get on the Olympia stage, so he doesn't have to qualify per se. He's already qualified. But what a way to go out, Luke. I mean, if you're going to go out, I can't imagine that there's a better way to do it than on the Olympia stage. 10,000 people in attendance will be sold out again this year, and Dexter Jackson in the middle of Mount Olympus.
Well, the thing about Dexter is as well. I'm not convinced he's a human being. I'm sure he's a vampire because this man is ageless. Yeah. One of the things I noticed with the prejudging this morning is he's actually made some improvements to his physique since last year at the age of 51.
Well, let's get right into that now. So you saw Dexter take the stage this morning. Your first thoughts when he came out?
Legs, his quads. His quads. I mean, I stood right next to him in Tampa last year, and he has been putting the work in whatever he's been doing at the age of 51.
Yeah, 51.
That's usually one of the body parts that disappears first. And he's coming out at 51, which is why I'm convinced he's a vampire. With just the biggest quads I've seen on him in 5-6 years. And
something you can't do. Now, you can't do it. I can't. Nobody can do it. Apparently, he can do it. Yeah. But you can't put leg size on at 50-plus years old. You just can't do it. And somehow he has found a way. And this first thing I noticed, too, his legs were back. They were big. His conditioning, I thought, was, very good.
Yep.
Is the best Dexter we've ever seen? No, probably not. But you know what? Still competitive, right in there with the other big boys. Yep. We'll get into him for a second. Where did you have Dexter in the standings after this morning?
Initially, I had him in quite comfortably in the top 2.
Okay.
But then he faded a little bit. But he was worked pretty hard.
Yeah.
But I would have him certainly in the top 3 looking from this morning.
Well, I tell you what, I had him also top 3 definitely. And the 2 guys he was standing next to was Big Ramy, who's back. We'll get into that in a moment, and William Bonac. And I tell you what, if there's a model of consistency, Aaron, it's William Bonac. I've seen this guy now come up, the last 5-6 years, whatever it's been. I've never seen him off. Now, you've seen various degrees of William Bonac, but it's never been off. He's either 100% or he's 99%. He comes in a little bit bigger. He trims it down a little bit. He can only put on so much size because he's so compact that if he puts on any size, he actually becomes blocky. So I think he hit a good mixer here, though. It did look to me like his legs were maybe down a little bit where Dexter's were up. Did that hurt him in there? Because I got to be honest, I think I had William in first actually coming out of prejudging.
Yeah, I had him in first place too, and I think you hit the nail on the head. He's incredibly consistent, and we were talking about, you were talking, his back, just how his lats literally go into his waist. Yeah. His trunks are sunken in between the top of his glute and his actual lower lat. Yeah. So, the guy he is literally maxed out with muscle. And the only thing that will really stop a William Bonac, in my opinion, from doing well at every show he ever does is getting too thick in the midsection and gaining too much muscle. He's not a guy that needs to be on stage at 245, 250. He's right where he needs to be. I wouldn't put a lot more and just define. I did notice his legs were a little bit down, but I honestly do believe he's going to place first. I think as of right now, anyway, he's in first.
Well, it's close enough that we got a competition, and that competition, the third man in that initial mix, aside of Steve Kukla, and again we'll get into him in a moment, was Big Ramy. Now that has been all the buzz coming into this competition is because we haven't seen Big Ramy. He basically was off last year. Now whether that was due to injury or some other things he had going on there, but he took the year off. We did not see him at the Olympia, and he said he was going to shoot for the Arnold. Mm-hmm. So a lot of anticipation for the big man showing up, and then we heard all of a sudden he's working with Chad Nichols. Now it puts a whole nother spin on it. But was the Big Ramy that stepped out of here today the same, better, or worse than the last time?
Honestly, it's quite difficult for me to say because this is the first time I've seen him in the flesh. I've never seen him. I've never stood near him. It's actually the first time I've ever seen him in front of me, ever.
Right.
He's a big dude.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. Surprise. Huh?
Yeah. Large Ramy. He's a freak. He really is.
Now, is that good or bad? In bodybuilding terminology, the word freak is actually a good thing. When somebody calls you a freak, we take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
But is it good in this instance when you've got the caliber of competition? Now, he is a freak. Yes. His thighs are ridiculous. I don't even know what they measure. They got to be 36 inches. They're crazy. He's got more muscle than anybody, but somehow it doesn't always seem to project as the biggest guy on stage. Why is that?
I think it's because he lacks a lot of that deep separation, that detail. There's some smaller guys in the show that just project and they look a lot larger than they are. He has that mass. He's huge when you see him in person, but he doesn't have that projection because he doesn't have that, like I said, the deep lines, the detail that you
by contrast, I thought Akeem Williams actually looked bigger when it comes to just an overall appearance.
Well,
he's huge.
Again, look at Akeem's legs. He has such crazy,
crazy.
Like when he hits his side chest, like from his hips down, there's so many lines. Like I was saying earlier, that's a Mr. Olympia side leg.
Now, Chad Nichols coming into the mix. Now, that wasn't announced until just this week. Yeah. So I think there was a whole lot of anticipation of seeing, okay, With Chad's guidance now, are we going to see that finally that dry, crisp, grainy, you know, as Chad coined that word years ago, conditioning from the big man? Did we see it?
So I talked to Chad before. I'm going to come into the answer to the question. So I talked to Chad backstage, and he said he's been working with him since August. Because that was my first question. So did you just start working with him? Because sometimes, you know, a coach will come in the last 2 weeks.
Good question. Yeah.
And it said, so he started in August. So when he told me about it, I was like, wow, so who knows what we're going to see. And he also told me he was 300 pounds. And he said a lot of people, when they tell him that, get worried. And my first response was to be a little concerned. 300 pounds, you know, in the past, 300-pound Ramy isn't the detailed, separated, crazy, strided Ramy that people keep thinking it's going to come one day. And so I think today we saw an improved Ramy, but not what everybody has been talking about. Now, who knows what will show up here tonight, but as of today, when he came out, he is impressive, huge. I mean, he's crazy big, but his proportions, you know, because he does have a big waist, we discussed, and not a belly, he has zero bubble gut. He has nothing going on there. He's flat as could be. He keeps it in control, but he's a big person. So when we talk about proportion, like a Cedric McMillan that's shaped perfectly, you know, if he had a smaller waist, because he has wide shoulders, maybe that would change that projection. But he really needs to be Mr. Olympia and be the Ramy that we keep hearing about. He needs to have that dryness and separation that has been elusive so far.
Luke, would it benefit Big? Now he is hopscotched around. He's had multiple trainers. Yeah. You know, 3 or 4. You know, and these are the top trainers. Okay, they've all pretty much had their take with him. Would it benefit him? I mean, listen, he just showed up here. He's in contention for the title. I mean, he could win it tonight just as good. It's because it's close enough with that. Any of those 3, 4 guys could end up in the winner's circle. Would it benefit him greatly to stick with Chad? Like, if this is what we just saw the first time Chad working with him, what do we, you know, once Chad learns what works and what doesn't with him, you know, could we potentially see a big Ramy at the Olympia who's gunning for the title?
Yeah, I think he can be. I mean, so going back to William Barnett, we've said his legs may be downsized. Yeah. They're still crazy detailed. Yeah. They're still separated, feathered. That just tells me that he had muscle to spare, and the reason he is in contention is because he is peeled. Big Ramy has muscle to spare. Yes. So I think I was sat next to Chad during the prejudging.
That was probably.
So yeah, and it was cool getting his take on it.
Now, you got some good inside info here, so I got to hit you. What was Chad's take when he? What was he thinking?
Chad said he didn't expect him to pump up that much, and he said he was just way fuller than he was expecting him to be.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
It is, but
not necessarily.
I think it did affect some of his shots. Like his rear lat spread seemed to be an issue, but I think now that this is probably the first time Chad has seen him in the hotel room, then on stage, and I think it just shows he has muscle to spare. He could lose 10 pounds of muscle.
So pumped that the blood.
Well, listen, we've all been in the gym and competing in various. Here's the problem: you're in the gym, you get a crazy leg pump, let's say. All right, your legs are full, right? There's not a line in them, so you go to hit them in the mirror. There's nothing happening. That's exactly why you don't want to overpump backstage, especially at this level. Yes. You actually almost want to go in without doing anything. I mean, if anything, get a little heat moving just so you're loose. Yeah. But you're almost better off not pumping up because you want as much separation. And guess what? The second your heart starts beating and pumping out there, you know, the adrenaline starts going, you're going to pump up anyways. But that could have been a big mistake this morning. Now, hopefully, he will learn from that, or obviously Chad will notice that and catch him before tonight. Now, just to answer everybody's questions, okay, they are judging at night. This is a fallacy for people to think after the prejudging it's all over. This ain't the NPC, this ain't the amateurs, okay, where it's pretty much a done deal. Yep. Even though they do even look at that level, but it's usually for the overalls and things like that. At the pro level, they are judging in the morning and at night, and I can tell you as somebody who's on the microphone most of the time on stage, just because I got those results in my hands means nothing, because I've gotten that hold-up signal from Sandy or from Big Steve or whoever the head judge is, and I've seen some stuff flip-flop 2 or 3 places. So it's not a guarantee that you're in kind of where you're slotted after the prejudging. Bonus, but that can go anywhere. But I want to get to that first initial call-out. This was a great show for Steve Kuclo.
Great show.
Probably the best Steve Kuclo I've seen. Again, continues to improve. He's a big boy. He's not missing nothing. He's improved his back tremendously. That was a weak point before, and he needed some thickness in the chest. But, boy, he had to be pumped up when that first call-out came, and he was the first name called out.
Yeah, he had to be. I mean, Steve is now getting to that age, you know, he's about 35 or so, right in that age, where he's really maturing. And so he's been making significant gains. I would say, actually, gains, not significant, but now it's added up to something really significant. So when you see him, he has that really hard, grainy look. that Big Ramy needs more of, right? And he has a lot of detail going on. Some of the weaker parts, like his back, has really come up a lot. And man, he stands next to these guys, and he's as big as anybody. I mean, he's not losing anything for size. So Steve has really come a long way, and who knows what his future is now.
Well, we saw two other guys that were in that first mix, okay, and that was Big Akeem Williams, who just continues to amaze me because this guy's got more muscle than pretty much anybody other than Big Ramy out there. But I tell you what, he ain't losing nothing to him either. So you had Akeem out there, and then Cedric McMillan. Now, I know Cedric's one of your new boys in the stable, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm sure you were very pleased. I tell you what, Cedric has that physique that he's always dancing on that line, man, and it's critical. If he goes a little bit to the left, he ends up ripped but stringy because he's tall and he's got long limbs, beautiful proportions, great muscle. Again, probably the most complete guy out there when it comes to just overall physicality. He's been compared to Arnold, in years past for that. And if he goes to the right, he ends up bigger and rounder, which is a beautiful physique, but it lacks in cuts.
Yes.
So where did you see him? Was he on the left side of the line, Luke, or the right side of this morning?
It was a strange one because he was big, but he looked flat watery, which to a lot of people might not make sense. He was just, it's like he was full, but still not full and soft, but he wasn't soft because he wasn't in shape. He was a little bit flat, but the thing is with Cedric, his muscle bellies are so round, it's difficult to see when he's flat. So he just looked a bit watery, a little bit off, but I think, like you said, it's rejudged. He's got plenty of time to fix that today.
Now, Cedric's an interesting guy for many reasons, and I love him. He's got a great personality, good family man. Obviously, we all know he's military.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, he's got that one physique. If Cedric shows up 100%, he wins a show all day long. Like it's like he walks out and he wins. Like that's it. You can't beat the guy if he's 100%. But he's been doing this dance for a long time, Aaron. So what's the formula for Cedric?
Honestly, I'm not sure. And when Cedric, when he came out after the prejudging this morning, he was real upset, and he said, I'm sorry I let you down. And I told him, hey man, you didn't let me down. You did your best. He did not look bad. He looked good. He's like, wanted some feedback. I'm like, you look good, man. You just didn't look as good as you could have. You weren't 100%, and he hates to hear that, right? Because the thing he's heard his whole career is like, hey, you're right there. You could be Mr. Olympia. You just need to be full, dry, hard. And he's like, well, I can't figure out how to do them all at the same time, right? He can be full, but he can't be dry and hard, right? So he's been kind of flip-flop. And I told him, listen, man, for me, the priority for Redcon 1 is for you to put out good content, let people know who Cedric McMillan is, because a lot of people don't know all the good things he does for his community. He has this, basically his whole passion is this boys group that he has where he helps, basically young guys, kids who don't have a family or a father figure, and he spends a lot of his money and time on these guys, focuses all of his energy and time on doing good things for people. And I think that Cedric showing that to people, who the guy is as a person, is even more valuable. But in terms of actually nailing it, I'm not sure that anybody has figured it out yet. And the moment that they do, he's going to be dangerous for whatever he's doing.
Do you feel like Cedric gets almost unfairly attacked for condition and things because his physique is so good?
Yeah, well, one of the things that happens in pro bodybuilding, as we know, and this is human nature. It's not a knock on the judges, but judges see potential.
Yes.
So if you have no potential and you're looking unbelievable for what you got, you get extra credit, right? We've had Michael Kafelianos, is that what he said? Yeah. Where he's been peeled, and he gets second, third. I think he won a show. It has nowhere near the genetic potential. And then the other thing that happens in terms of not just potential, but if you have done well in the past and you're being compared, so Cedric has been here. So if he's here, nobody's going to reward him for being here, no matter who you're up against. So but I don't know if it's unfair. It's that's just how it works.
Well, it's the human element, and I've said for years, there's always two competitions going on at the same time. Judges are human, okay? They remember when they saw you at 100% and you nailed it and all that. You can never get that out of your head. So when you show up, let's just say it's a Cedric, okay? And he shows up and he's 95%. Now listen, 95 might be the best on that stage at that time against whoever you're competing against. But it's still, the idea to the judges is that he's off.
Yes.
Now, is it fair? Well, it's human nature. And again, so it's not like a fair versus not fair type of thing. And listen, that may be good enough to win the show. Maybe it does. But, you see a Dexter Jackson. Well, this is a guy who won the Olympia.
Yeah.
We saw Dex in prime time, and at 51, he's still bringing it. But, is it compared to himself? Is it the best Dexter Jackson? No, it's not. But you're only competing against who you're on stage with. So it gets a little funky with that, but you got to give the judges their due because it's a tough job at this level, man. I mean, listen, these are all IFBB pros. Again, you know, you're current, Luke, so you compete against these guys. And, you know, how is it out there watching a show like this, you know, the Arnold? Obviously, you know, you're back here with us this year, but what do you think looking at the guys you compete against up there? Like, are you impressed? Do you think like, wow, like, you know?
Oh, it's incredible seeing it from this perspective
Yeah.
because I've never actually watched the pro show I haven't been in. So to sit and watch it, I mean, it's just more motivating.
You never have? This is your first actual pro show?
Yeah, in terms of like sitting down and watching.
I
the
had
show,
no idea. That's
I've
interesting.
never-
So you turn into a fan like real quick,
Oh, I was
you know?
sitting there like, this is sick. So it was great.
Does it make you want to get back up there?
I'm going to be 100% here next year. That's
awesome.
Yeah, it's got to give you motivation,
oh,
obviously, because
hugely.
you're up there going, man, wait, I can beat that guy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I was sitting there like,
Yeah.
man, I could do quite well here.
Well, I'll tell you who guy.
When you before you keep going,
yeah,
so
go ahead.
when you decided to retire, for those few shows when you went back and watched the guys, did you have that feeling of being like, damn it, I should be up there, or did you know, like?
My circumstances were a little different because I was on the microphone.
Yeah,
So
you were involved.
So when I hung him up, I mean, I was instantly I was still engaged.
Yeah.
I think without that, yeah, it would have been a little lost, and it would have been, you know, like any athlete.
Yeah.
That's what you know. That's what, you know, I did that for years, you know, years
Yeah.
and years and years. It took me forever to get there, and I did, and all that. So yeah, to that point, I was a little bit better because again, I'm on the Olympia stage, so I'm still up there with the boys.
Yeah.
I'm just wearing a different suit.
Exactly. Yeah.
A little bit more fabric.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So I'm still the sharpest dressed guy on the stage because I'm the only guy with any clothes on. So, but I want to get to Sergio.
Yeah.
Cedric was dancing. He was fighting for that 5th, 6th, but the guy he was fighting and dancing with was Sergio. Sergio Oliva coming out. We haven't seen him in a little while. He took some time off last year, make some improvements. He's not quick to want to just get right back on stage. He's a guy who wants to methodically get himself and think that he's in a better position.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. I mean, I thought what he presented was a hell of a package. I thought actually he probably could have been compared a little bit higher.
Yes.
Like I would have liked to have seen him kind of mixed in with that, you know, 3, 4, 5, you know, 6 crew a little bit more. But it looked like he was kind of catching up a little at the end. They threw him next to Cedric.
Yep.
He compared very well. That could have kind of gone either way because Cedric had some great, like from the back, Cedric was still fantastic, but from the front, Sergio was kind of bringing it, and he was in shape. Waist was small, shoulders. Your thoughts on Sergio?
I just thought the main thing that stuck out to me is how well he'd used the time off.
Yeah.
He hadn't slammed on all this muscle like in the wrong places. He'd fixed areas that he needed to. He addressed his physique, didn't just build muscle, and it showed. And he was his glutes and hams were diced as well, and that's always impressive. I mean, and he's a lot bigger than I expected.
He's
a big
Sergio was
man.
not a small guy.
No,
like
he's
when
not.
people, I think people are shocked when they see him that
Yeah.
he's as tall as he is, and he's not.
Yeah, he's a.
You know,
he's
people
a
think
big
he's
dude.
5'8" and 240, and it's like no, he's like 5'11" and 270. You know,
he's huge.
big difference.
Yeah.
Most improved, Mad Max Charles.
Yeah, man.
I got to be honest, bro.
He was awesome.
He came out. I was impressed with Max. It looks like he's got a little more separation now. You know, where that was an issue before. He was big, but between the shoulders and the arms, he's got those giant arms.
Well, you remember in the beginning, right? His legs were way behind.
yeah. Well,
him,
that
like crazy
and he's
behind
brought that
him.
up tremendously.
Totally.
But I got to be honest, man. I thought Max would have been in that first call out. Like I really did, and he didn't seem to get a whole lot of love at first. Looked like at the end they kind of gave him a little bit of a bump, but I think he's on the outside looking in right now to that top 6, Aaron.
It looks that way, and I got to say that Max Charles was in arguably one of the best conditions of the night. Morgan, who we'll get to at the end, the monstrosity is probably in the best condition of anybody. Also the biggest guy, that was impressive. But Max was peeled. I mean, he was diced. So when you guys see him tonight, I mean, who knows what we're going to see, a bigger, more pumped up version of that. Maybe he moves up a rank or two.
Well, he could. I mean, listen, the judges, again, they're always judging. So these guys can move back and forth down, but you're not going to jump 4 spots.
No.
You may jump 1, maybe 2, but, unless something dramatic happens to the other guys in front of you, you ain't jumping 4 spots up there. But a good showing for Max.
Very good.
Again, I thought he was much improved.
Yes.
So we'll be keeping an eye on him. Akeem Williams, I kind of hopped over, but I got to get back because he wasn't at first call out. This guy's huge, man. I tell you, he has got more muscle than anybody, but he's got those freaky proportions. Almost reminds me of Johnny Morant for those bodybuilding fans that have been watching. This is before you were around, Luke. But he's got those freaky proportions. And from the front, I tell you what, he can hang with anybody on this planet.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, and from the side, I mean, listen, he's got those giant,
Yeah,
when
from
he
the
turns around, it's a different deal. It's almost like 2 different physiques, Aaron. When he turns around to the back, he drops 20%.
You know, the funny thing is, it's really not even from the back. It's from the back and the waist up.
Yeah.
Because his glutes and hams today were really good. They're probably the best I had seen him. I mean, his glutes are striated. His ham. I mean, he looks good, really good. But then you get to that back, and for some reason, like losing the fat and water or whatever it is going on, if it's just water, but the lines in the back are missing almost completely. And a lot of like the lower lat development and stuff, his rectors, it's like, you know, he can move big weight, and he does move big weight. So, and he gets in shape. So I don't know what it is that's holding him back in that one little area. But when they turn around and hit any of the back shots, it's missing, you know.
Yeah, he seems to have that thick skin, Luke. You know what I mean? Where
It's quite distracting because there's a massive disparity, isn't there? Like his glutes and hams are so detailed and peeled.
Which I mean, how often, Bob, do you see that?
Well,
Like, it's the other way
it's
around.
interesting you say
It's
that
the other way
because you
around.
know who the only other guy I see that is with? Lionel Bayaki, who was actually supposed to be here competing along with your buddy Nathan Diash. Now, Nathan was on the list, but couldn't make it out of the UK, I'm guessing. Or
He was never doing the show.
No.
He was never doing the show.
no, you don't know that if you're following his IG and stuff. I mean, it
Well,
looked like he
apparently,
was back here in the
well,
pump up.
he's a T-Rex now, apparently. So he's
He's a T-Rex.
I don't know what the deal is there, but I don't know why he thought he was doing the show. We all know what's happening, so no idea.
Well, anyway, so we'll hope to see Nathan a little
Yes.
bit later in
I certainly
the
hope
year,
so.
obviously.
Yes,
but
I hope so.
Josh Lenardowitz.
Yes.
Now, Josh was originally in the show. Then all of a sudden he was out of the show.
Right.
And then kind of in the 11th hour, he was back in the show.
Right.
So it seemed like he had some issues he had to overcome, and he kind of put it together. He looked good, but clearly not the best Josh that we've seen.
No, not the best Josh that we've seen. I think, you know, like you said, he had some health issues and stuff going on in his life. And I don't know whatever happened, but he definitely wasn't as good as we've seen him because he is a mass monster when he is fully in shape. He's got a lot of detail, though, even though he's big. And I think we missed a little bit of both this time, you know.
Yeah, well, Patrick Moore. Now, Patrick burst on the scene last year, made his way to the Olympia stage with an impressive 10th place. I think he's 10th,
10th place,
top 10. And he was my pick. If there was a Rookie of the Year award, he was getting it.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, he came out, he looked phenomenal.
Yes.
Now, that's not the Patrick we saw here today. So it looked like he was far off of that. But it did kind of expose in this kind of a lineup. He compared very favorably with the guys around his placing at the Olympia. But here, it almost looked like he took a big step backwards where it almost looked like he needs, another, 2-3 years in the gym kind of a thing because these boys were beating him up bad for size.
Well, I think when you have a physique like Patrick, he's not the biggest guy. He needs to be peeled.
Yeah.
And that again, it kind of that, showing the illusion.
Yeah.
And he lacked that. He just wasn't as dry and hard as he was at the Olympia. I think he was not quite as full either, and it hurt him.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he has all the aesthetics in the world, the shape. He has the best,
Beautiful
probably
body,
arguably one of the best physiques on stage. But if he's not inside out peeled, he's giving up a lot of placings to the bigger guys, and that's what happened.
Well, I think it honestly looked like this was Patrick of today. Looked like 3-4 years before. It's like almost like his progression. If you could show it before and after, but it'd be that after and before.
I think it's exactly what Luke said. I think he probably tried putting on a little bit of size to hang with the big boys, and it kind of backfired.
Yeah.
You got to kind of go with where you're at right now.
Yeah.
You look at pictures from Dexter from 15 years ago. He's not the Dexter he is today. I mean, it took him, it takes years in the gym. But I want to get to the rest of our lineup. A couple of our veterans, Victor Martinez, of course, and Johnny Jackson making his return to the stage. Now, clearly these guys are amongst the best. They've been around for many years. So hats off, obviously, for getting back in here. And as we're kind of wrapping this up, the boys are kind of coming through now.
Stephen, I'm gonna get you back.
They're all lingering around to see if we're talking about them as we're on the webcast. So,
I'm getting you back, Stephen.
yeah, so gleefully wasting time as they pass
Spray
us
some
by.
water on him.
But so you saw the return of the veterans. Your thoughts on that, Luke?
It was just cool seeing him up there. I mean, the amount of muscle that Johnny and Victor still have is crazy. But the thing is like Victor kind of lost all that muscle, but and then he's had to gain it back a couple of times. It's incredible.
Yeah, there's certainly no loss of muscle there.
No.
Johnny's still obviously one of the world's strongest bodybuilders in the old days.
I also still think Johnny had one of the thickest backs up there as
He
well.
did.
Still.
You don't lose that. And Victor's back still was
Yeah, it's
amongst
crazy.
the best out there. So it's good to see the guys still out there and battling. And both guys in there, Victor I think is 46 and Johnny a few years older than that. So he's closer to 50 as well. But and we're going to leave the big man for last. Morgan Ass, the big man making his debut This guy's huge, bro. I mean, he was standing next to you. Made you look small.
It was very interesting because he lists his height at 6'4".
Yeah,
and I think I'm about 6'3", 6'2 and a half, 6'3", and he had to have like 3 inches on me. So I'm assuming he's like, bodybuilders, right? Once you get to a certain height, you don't want to be that tall. You want to be shorter.
Well,
so 6'2" is the max for a
It's
bodybuilder.
hard to get that much muscle when you're that tall. You got that big of a frame. But he was diced.
Oh, he was super tight.
He has no skin.
No.
The man has no skin.
So-
How does a
and
man
he's-
that big?
I don't know.
But do you think Big Rami's looking at him going,
He's obviously not going to place well here. He's not put together the best and all that. But I tell you what, for
He needs to be
freaking
bigger.
But you know what? The audience will love him, man, because the audience loves freaks when it
Yes,
comes to
and
pro
he
bodybuilding.
is-
So
So Bob, say that guy. So let's say Morgan. I would guess he's probably in the 315 range,
Yeah, yeah.
320 range.
yeah, it's deceiving because you think he needs more muscle.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But if you walked in here right now with us, he's gigantic.
well, I mean, I didn't know if you're aware, he's an ex-pro strongman as well.
Oh,
wow.
well, that answers that. So
But Bob, so if he's 320, what does he need to be totally filled out?
350.
350. He's Ferrigno. I mean, that's what you got. You got to be 350 on that stage to match the other guys who are.
Can you imagine being 350
On
with-
stage.
Well,
in that condition?
here's the difference. When you're 5'8", 250, okay, it's a little bit different proportion. You got a Bonac or something like that who's probably 230, 240 himself. That's where your difference is. It's hard for the tall guys, but no offense here.
No, it's okay.
But you know what? We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be coming back. The guys are actually getting ready. They just passed us by a few minutes ago,
Yeah,
so we're
they
actually
did.
going to be starting pretty soon. So we'll be coming back with the beginning of the Arnold Classic 2020 here in Columbus.
Let me show you something. Welcome to the Redcon 1 building. This is our world headquarters in Boca Raton, Florida. You're looking at the 90,000 square foot home of Redcon 1. Now, Redcon 1 wasn't built in a day, but in terms of like sports supplement companies, in the last 4 years, we went from just a few employees, basically no revenue, nothing coming in, one small warehouse, to over 100 employees, over $100 million in revenue, and the fastest growing sports supplement company in history. You may be asking yourself, well, why? Why is it so great? Is it because the products are so great? Yes. Is it because the team is so great? Yes. But it's also because the people love what we're doing. They love what we stand for. Redcon 1 stands for the highest state of readiness. We provide products for a soccer mom, a pro bodybuilder, all the way to a Navy SEAL. Anybody who wants to be at the highest state of readiness, we have products for you. We've won awards like Bodybuilding's Brand of the Month, Bodybuilding's Brand of the Year, most popular brand of the year, Vitamin Shop's Brand of the Year. We won Stack 3D Brand of the Year twice. We won all kinds of awards for our products. But what's truly happening here, what you can see here is the energy. We're shipping thousands of packages every day direct to consumer. Hundreds of pallets every day out to GNC, Vitamin Shop, United States military, grocery stores all over the country. We would love for you to be part of this project, this amazing thing that we got going here with us at Redcon 1. Head to redcon1.com, check out our products, see what we're about, and join the movement. I don't know about you guys, but this is like the deadest I've ever seen the parking lot before.
I don't know how we parked up front, but this is crazy.
The Arnold is not. How?
Are we lost?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the exact booth I'd planned for this year.
I feel like it was a lot bigger last year.
But something's better than nothing. And while everybody, including us, is very upset that the Arnold Expo is canceled, we are still coming to you guys live so you can watch the webcast of the Arnold Classic, which is still going on in the Arnold site. And I know everybody was excited about the booth. I know you were.
I was just.
We always love having the booth and the excitement that the booth generates and having everybody come up to the brand and say, I love it, I love Total War, I love this or that. And obviously we do deals at the booth. We do the biggest deal of the year at the booth, which is a buy one, get one free mix and match. So we're gonna do that exact same deal from right now until Sunday. So even if you couldn't come to the Arnold Expo, you couldn't get the deal of the century, you still can on redcon1.com. What do you think?
Can't come to the booth? We're going to bring the booth to you.
days of mixing pre-workout powders are over. Redcon 1's best-selling pre-workout Total War is now ready to drink. With 6 amazing flavors, Total War RTD provides 12 ounces of fully dosed adrenaline to push you through any workout. Visit redcon1.com to order today. With the MRE meal replacement shake, you put in about, it depends on 12 to 16 ounces of water, depending on how you want it to taste, basically, you know. I like it a little bit thicker. You don't go too more over 4, you kind of get level it off, right? All right, there you go. You gonna mix yours up in your shaker there, Brian?
What? I'm a big guy.
Hey, that's my spot. Wrong choice.
Where's the card?
Performing at a high level takes a toll on your body. Every kick, every sprint, every single drill causes stress to your muscles and makes it harder to repeat. Grunt from Redcon 1 provides those essential amino acids that the body can't produce naturally. Don't let soreness keep you out of the game. Try our EAAs to keep your body at the highest state of readiness. Is your protein bar so hard and chewy you lose your teeth trying to eat it? The MRE bar by Redcon 1 has a soft whole food core made with beef, chicken, salmon, and eggs. Totally unique and ridiculously delicious. Choose the MRE whole food bar and have something to really smile about. Let me show you something. Welcome to the Redcon 1 building. This is our world headquarters in Boca Raton, Florida. You're looking at the 90,000 square foot home of Redcon 1. Now, Redcon 1 wasn't built in a day, but in terms of like sports supplement companies, in the last 4 years, we went from just a few employees, basically no revenue, nothing coming in, one small warehouse, to over 100 employees, over $100 million in revenue, and the fastest growing sports supplement company in history. You may be asking yourself, well, why? Why is it so great? Is it because the products are so great? Yes. It's because the team is so great? Yes. But it's also because the people love what we're doing. They love what we stand for. Redcon One stands for the highest state of readiness. We provide products for a soccer mom, a pro bodybuilder, all the way to a Navy SEAL. Anybody who wants to be at the highest state of readiness, we have products for you. We've won awards like Bodybuilding's Brand of the Month, Bodybuilding's Brand of the Year, most popular brand of the year, Vitamin Shop's Brand of the Year. We won Stack 3D Brand of the Year twice. We won all kinds of awards for our products. But what's truly happening here, and what you can see here, is the energy. We're shipping thousands of packages every day direct to consumer. Hundreds of pallets every day out to GNC, Vitamin Shop, United States military, grocery stores all over the country. We would love for you to be part of this project, this amazing thing that we got going here with us at Redcon One. Head to redcon1.com, check out our products, see what we're about, and join the movement.
Please welcome to the stage the president of the IFBB Pro League, Jim Manion.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? Actually, whenever it comes to the Arnold Classic, the IFBB Professional League, this show is really the unofficial start of our season for 2020. Now we also have the NPC Worldwide Contest for the amateurs, which I understand, even though with all the different things happened this weekend, there was approximately 700 athletes there. So here we are in 2020. I was speaking with Jim Larmer the other night, sitting next to him last night. Realized that Jim's first bodybuilding show that he put on was in 1970. Believe it or not, I was in the audience there. So Jim has been promoting these shows for 50 years. 50 years this year. Arnold won that contest. He beat the great Sergio Oliva. As a matter of fact, we have Sergio's son competing on this stage tonight. At that time when Jim and Arnold met 5 years or so later, they formed a partnership to promote shows all over the world. Obviously, it's been a benefit to everybody. Obviously for them, for their partnership, but for us, for the IFBB Pro League, the NPC, and for you, the fans. So it was a great partnership, which I'm hopefully continue forever, and we're very proud to be a part of this and their partner. Before I leave, I'd just like to say that obviously everybody kind of knows what happened this week with the Expo being canceled. But I want to just take a moment to thank Arnold, and I want to thank Jim and Bob Larmer, Mike Davies, the whole staff at the Arnold Classic Productions. I was on the phone with Bob numerous times at 12 o'clock at night, but I want to personally thank them for fighting to keep our sport intact. That means a lot to me, and it should mean a lot to you. So thank you. So at this time, I'm going to introduce my friend, your friend, Arnold. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Jim, for your great dedication and for your hard work. And I want to say also thank you to my partner, Jim Larmer, who's sitting here in the front row, for having been my partner now since 1976. So think about that, since 1976, on a handshake. It's the good old-fashioned way, on a handshake. And he has been the most extraordinary partner that anyone can ever dream of. So thank you very much, Jim. Let's give him a big hand. He's sitting right here in front. I also want to thank his wife, Jean, and his son, Bob Larmer, who has taken over a lot of the activities. He has been also an extraordinary man to work with. So thank you very much also to Bob Larmer. Now, tonight's show, the Arnold Classic 2020, we have unanimously agreed to dedicate this show to Franco Columbu. I never thought that I would stand up here and ever have to say how terrible I feel that Franco passed away last year on August 30th. It is a loss that is so devastating to me you cannot even imagine, because this was a friend of mine for 55 years. For 55 years. And for 53 years out of this 55 years, we trained together. We were training partners. And we were only separated for 9 months when I moved to America in 1968. These first 9 months, I trained without Franco Columbu, and I tell you, it didn't feel the right way. It didn't feel right. Even though I had great training partners, I had Dave Draper and I had Sergio Oliva, Frank Zane, Ken Waller, and Danny Padilla, and all of those guys. But they were not Franco Columbu. Then Franco finally moved over here, convinced Joe Weider to bring him to America. And Franco came over here and we then trained together. And man, what a great training partner he always was. He was not one of those guys that would just train with you and he would look away while you're doing your reps. He was right there and he was counting out the reps. And then he was competitive. I'm going to put on 10 more pounds. Let's see if you can do it. And this is how we trained, from one machine to the next, to the next, to the next, for 5 hours every day. And then we practiced posing together. And I just was so amazed of what a great champion Franco became. I was so proud of him because he was not only 3-time Mr. Universe, but then he won the Mr. Olympia competition, which was his big dream. And he beat all the big guys. And by winning the Mr. Olympia and winning Mr. Universe and winning Mr. World and Mr. International and all those competitions, he has proven that a short man, a smaller man, can also win those big championships. Because he was so perfect, his body was so extraordinary, and on top of that, besides his huge muscles and his muscularity and his definition and all this, he was so strong. He was literally one of the strongest people that I've ever met. I mean, think about that, with a body weight of 180 pounds to do 3 reps of deadlift with 710 pounds. He did 740 pounds one time on the stage. 740 pounds of deadlift with a body weight of just 180. And bench press, 530. Squat at any time with 600. I mean, the guy was an animal. And he was such a dear friend. I mean, we did so many things together. We did movies together. We traveled around the world together. So to have this man gone is just such an unbelievable loss. He was such an unbelievable inspiration to so many millions of bodybuilders around the world. He was such a great contribution to our bodybuilding sport. And he was always into helping people. He became a doctor in chiropractic just to help people. From morning to night, every day he was in his office. And always at night, when he was tired and he came home, he would smile. He was happy that he could help so many patients throughout the day. He was selfless. He was unbelievable, unlike anything else. So we miss him dearly. And this is why I just want to announce today, we will have for the first time the most muscular trophy be the Franco Colombo Trophy. Right after he passed away, I got in touch with one of the leading artists in Italy and had his body sculpted to make a beautiful trophy this high. You will see it today. And the trophy and the sculpture came out fantastic. I mean, exactly like Franco, with his huge lats. It's a double bicep pose, with his huge lats and his small waist, his huge thighs, the back, and everything is there. And so I'm so happy that this statue was built and designed and sculpted by this artist so quickly. Normally something like that takes a long time. But I was just so driven by that idea that Franco has to be alive for us all the time. And with this trophy, he will stay alive with us. Because I know he will always be in our minds, he will always be in our hearts. But this trophy, when you see it tonight, you will see what I'm talking about. So it will be the most muscular, the Franco Colombo most muscular trophy. There will be an extra category we will have now every year at the Arnold Classic. So it's just, we're very happy about that. I just also want to just say that, you know, that the obstacles that we went through, I just want to quickly say that I'm so happy when I walked around to the various different sports all over this facility here and in the fairgrounds where the children were. It was really great to see so many of the parents and so many of the trainers and coaches and family members show up that they actually had a crowd. Because I was so worried that those athletes have to perform to an empty hall. Because they told us that we have to go and cancel the Arnold Classic. And then we had to negotiate. We agreed that, yes, we would cancel the expo that attracts around 250,000 people. But we also told them at the same time that no matter what, we would never, ever cancel the sports for the athletes, because this is what this is all about. So I want to say thank you to those parents and those coaches and training partners and everyone that came together here and that filled also this hall here today. I want to thank them very much for that. I also want to say thank you to the athletes that came from all over the world. I want to thank the judges again. I want to thank the audience here for being so loyal and coming every year. And I want to thank especially also the sponsors. And I just want to let you know, I'm going to read them off once again today, because we are so appreciative that the sponsors stayed with us throughout this crisis. If it is Rain Total Body Fuel, if it is Rogue Fitness, Animal, Homage, Europa Sports, Chantana, Mount Carmel, Muscle Monster, Monster Hydro, Rykert, and Redcon One. So let's give them a big, big hand for staying with us. So thank you very much. Have a great time. And I'm going to turn this microphone over to our MC. Thank you, and I'll be back.
Let's meet our 32nd field. Let's meet our 32nd field of Arnold Classic competitors. Patrick Moore, Joshua Lenartowicz, Steve Kuklo, Dexter Jackson, Victor Martinez, Johnny Jackson, Akeem Williams, Cedric McMillan, Mamdou Big Rami El Sabaye, Sergio Oliva Jr., Max Charles, William Bonac, Morgan Ast, this is your field for the 2020 Arnold Classic Bodybuilders. We're gonna go right to Tony, right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage this evening's Master of Ceremonies, Tony Doherty.
Good evening. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what a weekend. Well, almost. Apart from us being sideswiped, ambushed by something way beyond our control. You know, Jim and Bob Lorimer and Arnold work incredibly hard all year to bring you this, the Arnold Classic. The last few days, however, they've worked harder than ever to keep this happening. So on behalf of all the fans, I want to say thank you, Jim, Arnold, and Bob, for fighting for us all. As a result of that work, we're here tonight to celebrate the greatest show on earth. And now we look forward, not back. in a direction to make this bigger and better than ever in 2021. We want to welcome all the fans watching worldwide on the live stream brought to you by Redcon One with Bob, Aaron and Luke. Now, let's get on with the show. Our first competitor making his debut appearance in Columbus tonight is from Tomball, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Patrick Moore.
You can see why he's off his best, obviously, but you can see why he placed as high as he did at the Olympia with that structure, that tiny waist. He's got everything, man, but he's a young guy and he's just starting his career, Aaron, so he's got a long road ahead in terms of making improvements, and you're going to be seeing Patrick Moore in the winner's circle a whole lot more over the years.
You know, it's interesting, Bob. We saw him at prejudging today, and you guys, the audience, will see him soon next to everybody else. When he stands by himself, he really looks awesome. I mean, great arms, great lines. Everything looks pretty tremendous. Last year at the Olympia, he was 10th place, surprising a lot of people. And I expected him to come in here and really surprise people. And you see him all by himself, and you think, man, he is going to. But then you see him next to Reelton, it's a little bit different story. But he looks great tonight. I mean, he looks like he's improved, actually, from today.
Well, most of the guys do usually. All that posing and ringing out. The carbs get utilized.
So the cheeseburgers.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's the other way. A couple cheeseburgers can fill you out. So you're going to see some guys that look a whole lot better and some guys that look a whole lot worse.
How often, Bob, do you see guys? Because I feel like a lot of times we see guys that either are the same or improve. I feel like it's kind of rare on the same day prejudging Tonight Show. I don't see too many guys get significantly worse. Have you seen a bunch?
No, generally speaking, yeah. If there's
at this level.
Yeah, at this level, you're not going to see huge mountains being moved in terms of conditioning one way or the other, but slight differences can make a difference in those placings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just incredible how he looks on his own. I mean, this physique, exactly how it is, you blow that up another 10, 15 pounds.
Well, like I say, he's very reminiscent of Dexter Jackson years ago when he first made his. If you go back and you look at the late 90s, early 2000s, when Dexter turned pro and started making his appearances. Very similar. Again, he had that tiny waist. It had everything there, just needed to fill out. So I think that's what we're going to see with Patrick.
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? I think we're looking at the future.
And he's actually taller and bigger frame than Dexter.
Everyone's got a big story.
I think he's
what
about,
this
he's
guy's
about
gone
5'11",
through
right?
Yeah,
to get
he's
here tonight. Over the last 2 years, you could make a movie about it. So I'm proud to welcome from Melbourne, Australia, Joshua Lenardovich.
Just the fact he's made it to the stage, going through everything he's going through.
Yeah.
What a lad.
All right, big man Thunder from down under, Josh Lenardovich taking the stage, and as we mentioned earlier, Josh had a whole bunch of things to overcome just to get to the stage. So the fact that he's actually in the condition he's in is pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, those of you that would follow him, I mean, if you don't, you should. I mean, he's been quite vocal about how tough this prep has been. I mean, I think he's had a couple of brain surgeries in the last year.
Josh just pulled out the old rope climb from 1982. I haven't seen that.
Well, he won the.
I never did that.
He won the Best Poser Award last year. Remember?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sure he'll be back this year trying to do the same.
And Josh is one of the bigger guys on stage. He is definitely a mass monster. Getting on stage at what, 270, Bob? 275?
No, at least. Yeah, he's bigger than you think he is. But Luke, what's he got to do? Where does he go from here in terms of, okay, what does he have to improve to get into that top 6 places?
I mean, he just needs to be the Josh Lenardovich from 3-4 years ago.
I mean, specifically, though, give me a critique on his physique right now.
He just looks tired. It looks a little bit flat because I think he's had to kind of overcompensate the drying out process. He doesn't look as big. I think he's had to aggressively diet for this show. You can kind of see, that kind of. He just doesn't have that pop, does he?
Well, we talk about the illusion, and you can see he's a little bit thicker in the waist than he normally is, and that will take away from your appearance of looking big.
Yeah.
Everything, it's smoke and mirrors in bodybuilding.
It's almost like the rest of him's a little bit downsized, and his waist is the same. So it's the illusion.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think he's any small. I think his waist is just bigger. If you bring that waist down 4 inches, guess what? The whole rest of you looks a whole lot bigger, doesn't it?
For sure. And also, all these problems I'm sure affected his training and everything going on with him. And I've seen him train at the Dragon's Lair back in the day at Flex's gym. And this is a guy who's squatting 7 plates on each side for reps, 8 plates on each side for reps.
The cool thing is, he's not that far off.
No.
I mean, we're nitpicking. Obviously, we're splitting hairs because that's what we get paid to do. But he could step on stage at the Australia show, kind of Tony Doherty shows in just a few weeks, and that's in his backyard, Luke. So I can't imagine you won't see a guy, this guy, 30-40% improved in just 2 weeks.
Look what happened last year. I mean, this time last year, he was way off. Came back to Australia, moved up about 4 places.
There you go.
Thank you, Josh Lenartowicz.
I do like that rugged physique, though. You can just tell he trains hard.
The next competitor is a real favourite here. He was 6th last year, and tonight he's really, really in the mix. He brings the whole family. From Dallas, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Kuclo.
All right, the Kook is taking the stage. Big Steve Kuclo.
Steven ruined my shirt.
Steve's arguably the most improved, I feel like, for the show so far. We saw him this morning, and man, he looked awesome.
He was, it was quite clear the judges had him in the top 4. And that's pretty impressive in itself. And that's a big improvement from last year, where I know he did well last year, but like I say, the details you can see are much better. Separation was Steve's nemesis in years past. And you can see by his legs right there, Luke. You see those lines going up into the hips. That's much improved. You can see he's not missing nothing. His back, which was a weak point, now isn't, and you're going to see that when he turns around.
We always say that word, don't you? Refinement. When people say, he needs to refine. I mean, to me, that normally means absolutely nonsense.
One thing.
But this is what refining really is. He's no bigger than he was 3 years ago, but he just looks way better, harder, more separation.
One thing I noticed from the morning show, the prejudging to now, is his presentation in terms of the oil and the color. And while people may not think that makes that big a difference, but he's got, it looks improved, and that just makes him look sharper as well.
Well, that's called polish, and that's what you want. Most guys, they'll kind of redo their tanning in between, so most guys are darker at the night show. The body's had time to absorb all that color and oil and all that stuff in the morning, but you can see right there, Luke, much improved from years past. But Steve's got all the makings. There's people who have touted Steve as a future Olympia contender for legit. So it could be that he's coming into his own this year.
That's exactly what it looks like the last, I would say, 2 years. He's kind of coming into his own.
I remember that was the big thing, right? When Steve got his pro card, everybody's like, this is the next Mr. Olympia, which is almost a curse, because when you hear that, it's like, well, that almost never, ever happens. But he's starting to really come into his own, and maybe one day that is going to be a prophecy that he fulfills.
It just shows how much of a long game bodybuilding really is.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen like
It's
in
a
a
long
couple of
game,
years. It takes
no doubt about it.
ages.
Let me tell you, that big boom and most muscular boy, that's gonna score well with the judges, and you're gonna see that in comparison when these guys come back out a little bit later for these night show comparisons. That shot right there, the crab shot, the hands on hips, these are all right in his wheelhouse.
His delts are literally bigger than his head.
Tell you what, the crowd is going crazy for Steve. We're back here watching this thing, and it's crazy that you can hear these guys screaming for Steve like I hadn't heard anybody else so far.
He's a good guy to like, man. Firefighter. He's married to Amanda Latona. That certainly doesn't hurt. But but he's a good kid. You know what I mean? And that's what I like about Steve. He's genuine.
Again, just like Josh, he has that rugged physique. You can tell he lifts heavy.
Very similar to Josh.
The firefighter from Texas, Stephen Kuclo.
Another very big guy. Both him and Josh are in the 275, 280
Good old Stephen.
This guy's something else.
Luke's just upset because he rubbed tan on him.
No
He's
way
through
to
my
keep
shirt,
this
man.
short
I bought this especially for this.
All right, where do you start? He's won more bodybuilding contests than anyone in history. 29 pro shows. 2008, he won the Mr. Olympia. He's won here more than anyone, 5 times. Around the world, he has 9 Arnold titles. And what makes this unbelievable is in November, he turned 50. And he's announced his retirement. We're never going to see him here on this stage. So it gives us great pleasure to say, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the greatest ever, for the last time ever, Dexter Jackson.
All right, the pre-contest favorite coming in, the Blade. Dexter Jackson making his final Arnold, well, maybe not perhaps his final Arnold Classic appearance, because there are other Arnolds this year, but this is his last year of competition, and the Olympia will be his last show. He's calling it a day, Aaron, hanging him up. No better place than the Olympia stage.
Since the day that I started really following bodybuilding, it's so weird to say, Dexter Jackson has been somewhere involved, you know. And I started following bodybuilding in 1993. I believe that was one of the first shows he did. He may have already been heading towards nationals in '93, and here he is, 51 years old, still doing it and looking unbelievable.
Now, Luke, to your point earlier in our pregame, look at his thighs. I mean, you can tell he has put on size in his legs. It's impossible.
He needs to drop the from the Blade and just be Blade, because he's definitely half vampire. He has to be. I mean, he still has that young-looking muscle. I mean, we were discussing this earlier. There's quite a significant difference with like the more masters-looking competitors, and he has that fresh, tight skin, as Chad Nichols would say. The way the skin lays on the muscle.
Yeah, there is no like looks good for his age. He just looks good.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
but how many other 51? How many other 51-year-old bodybuilders have you seen? Like,
None.
exactly.
Zero.
Exactly.
And I've seen them all.
Because
and trust
usually
me,
they look 51 years old.
we'll never see this again. If this happens, we'll be long gone, and somebody else comes along that does it. But this is a once in a lifetime type situation that you're going to see.
I mean, he is legitimately one of the best.
No, I was just going to say the same thing, Aaron. As I'm looking here, he looks sharper than he did this morning. You can see the glutes are sharp, the back.
Yeah.
There's no skin folds.
So that's exactly. So for me, how I look at Dexter, I pick a spot on each guy, and that's where I look at his lower back. He has no lines, no folds tonight. He is tight as could be.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's close enough that he could conceivably pull this out now. That's a big, tall order, because you still got William Bonac to come, and you still got Big Ramy. And I tell you what, if Big Ramy sharpened up from this morning, it's lights out.
It'd be interesting if Big Ramy didn't sharpen up and goes the other direction, and Dexter made this kind of jump. What will happen?
He's actually quite significantly better. Cheeseburgers.
You're probably right, because Dexter, you know, he just fills out, man, and you can see.
Yeah, I think being a little bit flat's it's not quite as difficult or drastic to fix. So I mean, he's just had a couple more meals, and look at him.
You can see Dex having a little fun with the crowd, a little more animated than usual. This is a guy who knows that he's going down this road one last time here, and you can see he's having a little fun out there. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you right now, he's going to be hamming it up with the guys a little bit later on in the comparisons and the pose downs, because what a great career.
This must be so emotional for him.
Dex. Wait up, Dexter. Ladies and gentlemen, stand on your feet.
What a legend.
Yeah, go back out there, big man. Come on, get yours. There you go. Now, we can't see the audience, but I can tell you, I could probably guarantee you they're all standing right now.
Yeah.
I bet this is a standing ovation.
Dexter's trying to contain
And let me tell you, this isn't for Dexter Jackson here. This is for a career that has spanned decades. This is for being a 51-year-old guy. Look at, now the emotion sets in. Look,
oh, this is
listen
giving
to
me
that crowd.
goosebumps.
Listen to that crowd.
I look like a plucked turkey. Wow.
This is the bodybuilding community recognizing one of the greatest bodybuilders of all. A record, in my opinion,
from
that
Jacksonville,
will never be
Florida.
broken. You'll never see
the
a pro
one,
again winning 30
the only,
shows
the greatest
in
ever.
a career.
Dexter
I bet you
Jackson.
this is tempting him to stay around.
It's good. And Dexter is at a point where he can really appreciate this too.
Oh yeah.
He has earned this.
Yeah.
What a great moment.
Wow.
Never say that again. Now, making his 9th appearance here in Columbus, Ohio. He's no stranger, and he's a veteran too. From New York, ladies and gentlemen, Victor Martinez.
All right. right, one of New York's finest. You talk about veterans. Victor Martinez, not too far behind on Dexter when it comes to years in the biz and what he's meant to this bodybuilding community. But, you know, the only thing that sucks is he's got to come after Dexter, you know, which is always tough. But, you know, you can still see signs. You know, Victor is 46, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's still got a few years to go to catch Dexter. But look at the physique on Victor still, man. Look at this guy still bringing it. Now, this is a guy arguably years ago, was it 2007, I believe, that a lot of people had winning the Olympia over Jay Cutler. And I tell you what.
A lot of people.
There ain't too many people that can lay claim to that.
Jay Cutler didn't think so. But
no, other than Jay Cutler.
But a lot of people thought so. And I remember that. And I remember seeing the pictures in the magazines and everything and being like, wow, it was incredibly close.
Well, Victor's still bringing it, man. I tell you, that back is still amongst the best. Now, obviously, he's, you know, we've seen Victor obviously at his best some years back, but I tell you what, there is no quitting this dog, man. He just keeps coming back, and I predict right now you'll probably see Victor throughout the year improve.
Yeah.
This is the first show of the year in March here, so he's got the whole season to compete.
Again, just like Dexter, he still looks very fresh.
Luke, what's Victor got to do to recapture the Victor of 2007, in your opinion on his physique?
Forget some leg tips from Dexter, because if Dexter brought his legs back, I think Victor can as well. And if Victor can, I think that's one of the main things that's missing from the kind of the older Victor. But other than that, he's pretty much exactly how he was.
Victor working the crowd. You know, you can always tell that Victor generally, he loves the sport of bodybuilding. He lives, eats, breathes it. You know, he's nothing more, nothing less than professional all the time. But, you know, it pales only in comparison because he has a Dexter Jackson at 51. But this is out at 46 years old. This is an outstanding physique.
It's just an outstanding physique, just in general. Honestly, I think the only thing he's lacking is a little bit of leg size.
Unfortunately, at this level, I'm not so sure I would have picked this show for Victor to basically start the year with, because he can still win a regular circuit show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, he picked the Arnold, which is, and this Arnold in particular is probably the toughest lineup in 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
But you know what? He held his own this morning. He was obviously down in the lower call-outs, not what he was looking for. But you know what? All that does is motivate Vic.
I think when you're Victor Martinez, you have to do the Arnold, really. You know, you're that. He's been that caliber for so long, and he's a fan favorite.
Yeah, he sure is. People love Victor.
Well, we haven't seen him here since 2016. In 2017, he won the Arnold in Africa. Then he said, I'm done. No more competing, retired. He woke up a few months ago, looked in the mirror, said, I got one more shot. I still look pretty good. And he's back here in Columbus, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, from Dallas, Texas, the one and only Johnny Jackson.
All right, veteran number 2 on the stage, Johnny Jackson. Everybody knows Johnny. World's strongest bodybuilder. He hung him up, and then he's back. So I thought he was done for good, but I guess Johnny says he's got a little more gas in the tank, feels invigorated. Again, I'm not so sure I would have probably picked this show, but look at the muscle this guy still. Now, Johnny, if I'm not mistaken, is older than Victor, so he's somewhere between Victor and Dexter. But
you know, he's still got that muscle. Obviously, like we talked about, as you get older, it's harder and harder to keep the legs and build the legs. One thing that Johnny kept for sure is those traps. And that's the thing. That is the thing that I always remember.
That's so big.
Well, the funny thing is Johnny's always taken, you know, flack for lack of legs. But if you see Johnny in person, it's not so much lack of legs. It's his upper body is so big. His traps in his back. I mean, look at his trap. How can this guy hear anything, Luke?
He probably can't, to be fair.
His traps are over his ears. But look at the back development. Now you can tell this guy was with the world's strongest bodybuilder and a power lifter in his spare time. He's tremendously strong a power. Look at that back.
I mean, look at his erectors. You can't build a back like that unless you've like torn some heavy steel off the floor.
Heavy deadlifts.
He recruited his buddy Branch Warren out of his own retirement to train for him with this, which Branch says was quite interesting because, you know, Branch has no intentions of going back on the stage, but he says, yeah, I got to beat her for my partner.
Now, was their training style the same ballistic training?
Yeah, he says it was no different than what they, listen, that's all they know. They're going in there to mess stuff up, all right? They are not careful. They ain't training at a Planet Fitness anytime soon.
Hopefully
all right?
they'll not mess themselves up doing that.
Yeah, no thanks.
I know me, you know, just the difference between 40 and 25. I mean, I am conscious of every rep and every weight, and every time I pick up anything heavy, I go, uh-oh, better not hurt myself.
No, listen, their mentality is still identical than it was 10 years ago.
Amazing.
They're still in there messing around. They don't touch nothing that's got 2 digits. Everything's 100+ pounds. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, they're rocking and rolling in there, man.
But that explains why he still has all that muscle.
Yeah.
He still has very tidy midsection as well.
Yeah.
I tell you this, I'm very impressed with what Johnny brought back to the stage, and he looks a lot better tonight than he did this morning as well. So I'm sure some nerves were probably in there this morning,
Johnny
getting back on the stage and all. But he looks good, and I'll be curious to see if he continues throughout the year as well to maybe another hopeful Olympia appearance.
Finishes last year and just kept getting
One of the things with the Arnold Classic is like every year they do have a veteran come back as like an exhibition for them. It's great. Because I mean, wasn't it a couple of years ago that Will Harris came back? We've had Kevin Lavergne, you know,
Will World Harris.
He is a vampire.
I always love seeing him at Gold Gym in a speech.
Oh, he used to be enormous.
Yeah. Talking about enormous.
I was just going to say here.
Well, a good segue that was.
Akeem Williams is absolutely monstrous. And you can tell that because when he stands next to the other guys that we keep saying are monstrous, he makes them look small. Yeah. That's how big he is. But look at that. Look at those proportions. I mean, a small waist for a big man, all the muscle in the world. From the front and from the side, he's deadly. Like you said, it's literally just from the back and literally from the waist up that he needs a little bit more detail, needs to get that skin a little bit thinner. Is that, Luke, in your opinion, is that a diet thing? Is that a cardio thing? Or is it a genetic thing?
Everyone's heard that expression, sealed skin. It's not very nice, but unfortunately, it does stand true. It's just, how do you make your skin thinner? I don't know.
Well, how do you make your skin thinner in one spot?
Exactly. Yes, I think it's just like I think it's just genetic. I
don't. The fans who are watching now are going, "What are you talking about?" But when he turns around from
you'll see.
Basically from the midsection up, that upper back, because everything else is unbelievable. But right now you don't see anything.
I almost feel like it wouldn't be as noticeable if it wasn't for the fact that his legs have crazy amounts of detail.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, look at the separation and the muscularity in Akeem's legs. Now, here's what we're talking about, everybody watching at home, okay? He's got a lot of muscle, but you look at that shot right there, okay? And you don't see as much separation in that upper back.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's wider than a barn door, so he's got that going for him. But this guy's got so much potential.
Yes, amazing potential. It looks like he's wearing football shoulder pads when he walks out. I always think to myself, geez.
Now,
I saw in one of the pre interviews they did with Oscar and himself. They said they've been purposefully attacking his delts, trying to bring his delts up. Huh. And that's, I think,
bring his delts
up.
Yeah,
exactly. But look how wide he is.
Yeah, how much up can they get?
I don't know.
Now, here's my question, Luke. All kidding aside. Is there a technique you could do? It's not a training thing. He's got more muscle than anybody, okay?
Yeah.
All these things you're seeing now, all this muscle splitting stuff that chiropractors are doing, they're rolling things on, you know, and the cupping.
Akeem Williams.
Could any of that help? I mean, does any of that come into play?
Maybe. If he hasn't done it, maybe you should try it.
Wow, what a talent.
Our next athlete won this show in 2017. It was a great and memorable moment, and he became Arnold's favorite. They tried to hide it, but it was just too obvious because of his posing, his shape, and his personality. And he's back to try and win again, ladies and gentlemen, from Heath Springs, South Carolina, Cedric McMillan.
So this is Cedric McMillan, Redcon 1 athlete.
That's your boy.
Yes. Cedric is one hell of an amazing bodybuilder and also one hell of a good guy.
Anybody who's met Cedric loves Cedric.
Yes.
He's such a cool guy. He's eccentric. He's a little quirky, but that's why we love him.
Yes.
He's also military, and this is a 20-year military vet. who continues to surf. So he does bodybuilding as a professional
Yeah, I mean,
in his spare time, Luke.
I don't understand how he does it. I mean, I recently listened to a podcast he did with Fuad Abiad, and they were talking, and he goes over what a typical day for him is, and he has to like sneak into the toilet to eat a meal in like 10 seconds, run out again. He looks after like the children in the area. He does that school thing he does. There's tons of things he does.
He's very involved in his community and giving back. He said, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, in an interview, he pretty much takes the money he makes from bodybuilding shows and puts into the kids' community centers and things like that. So
he's also obviously an unbelievable poser, and I know Arnold has said that he loves his physique, he loves the style and his posing and presentation. And when he gets out there, all of his nerves disappear, and he's in his element. But before he gets out there, he's a bundle of nerves, right?
Now, give me an assessment, Luke. We're looking at Cedric now versus this morning. Sharper, worse, or better?
Sharper.
Sharper.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, it's these GM. What's he doing? Cedric.
He likes to have fun out there, that's for sure.
Luke, why don't you do that, bro?
I'm going to do it next time.
Now, is he sharp enough, in your opinion, Luke, that he could have solidified his place in that top 5?
He's looking for Arnold. He's looking for Arnold.
Oh, yeah, he's looking for his buddy.
His dad.
There it is.
He's one of the very few that actually can do that shot.
That's not an easy shot to do.
No, it isn't.
Arnold obviously is known for that shot, but Cedric is one of the few that can actually pull it off.
Yeah.
I'll just start by saying everybody loves a freak. This guy turned pro in 2012. Every year, Bob Lorimer calls him up and says, please come and compete in Columbus, Ohio. This year, he did. He's from Kuwait, ladies and gentlemen. Mamdouh. Big, really big. Rami Elsbaye.
Well, there's big, there's bigger, and there's, oh my God, it's coming this way. All right, and that's what you got with Big Rami making his much anticipated debut in 2020 here. He took off pretty much most of last year, as we covered in the pregame. But you're seeing the fruits of that effort now. The question is it going to pay off with a victory here at the Arnold?
And the exciting thing for Big Rami and for you fans out there is that he's now working with a new coach, Chad Nichols, who's worked from the likes of from Ronnie Coleman to Nasser El Sabadi to many, many, many other very big guys.
Oh, and big girl. How about his wife? No stranger to the Olympia title, right? He's one of the best women's bodybuilders of all time.
I mean, I can't quite tell yet, but I think he might be a little bit better than earlier as well.
You're going to know that when he turns around.
Yeah.
Everybody looks good from the front, but as we all know the saying, bodybuilding shows are won from the back, and there's a good reason for that. And that's because it's at this pro level, again, everybody looks good from the front. Looking good from the back is an art. And we're going to see that right here.
He looks sharper to me. I don't remember the hamstring being quite that deep this morning or this afternoon.
Well, you still see there's just a little bit of the folds, Aaron. I know that's your center point you like to key on with these guys in the back, but not a lot. I think Luke's right. I think he is a little bit sharper tonight, but so far everybody else is sharper tonight. So
looks like they're zooming in a little bit more for us now, Bob. We can get a closer look at this.
I think they had him in the second this morning to William Bonek, who we will see coming up very soon.
He's massive, isn't he?
Now, Luke, could Rami, if he dropped, I don't know, I'm just going to pick a number, 8 pounds, okay, and came, he's got muscle to lose,
He
so
could,
to say.
he could lose 20
Would it
pounds.
benefit him, in your opinion, or not?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just goes to show.
I mean, can you be,
Bonek.
I hate to use it because it's bodybuilding blasphemy, but can you be too big?
In some places, yeah. I mean, I still think his quads are a little bit too big. I mean, this is a game of proportions at the end of the day.
Look at those quads.
It's
crazy.
He looks like Earl Campbell back in the day. Now we can. They're zooming in for us, but what are you seeing from the back, Aaron?
Yeah, now we're starting to see up close. You can see that he's not 100%. That he's still holding just a little bit. And look, he's getting everybody pumped up. People are excited. He is a freak, and like you said, Bob, people love freaks. The lines in his quads, you're seeing a little bit more, I feel like, than this morning.
Yeah, he's like he's about 5% sharper.
they're so big. It's like they're like a tumor. You know, they're so.
Unfortunately,
not a tumor.
he may be 5% sharper, but so far Dexter's 5% sharper, and we haven't seen William Bonac yet, who is Mr. Consistent. We haven't seen William coming off yet. So.
Well, I mean, I wonder if like the game plan with Rami, if all-out condition is the game plan.
Thank you, big
Because
Rami.
Definitely should be.
Because if everyone is telling them that, why is
I would never squat again if I was Rami.
I wouldn't even do
I think
that.
you're done, bro.
Training partners.
I'll just get.
You're there.
Yeah, you're good.
He's completed leg day.
Competition
If that was a
before.
game, he's completed it.
One of them made a comeback in 1984, the Mr. Olympia. He come on stage and he held this little baby boy up and said, maybe one day he will also be the myth. And he's here, ladies and gentlemen. From Los Angeles, California, Sergio Oliver Jr.
All right, Generation Next coming up. Sergio Oliva Jr. That's right, folks. You know the name. Be interesting. That might be the first time you've had a guy named Sergio Oliva and Arnold on the same stage in some years. But now, Sergio, I was impressed with this morning. I thought he looked great. I thought he made great improvements. I thought he was sharp. I also thought he could have been up another notch or two in the comparison. So hopefully he's sharper tonight and he'll actually get that opportunity.
Yeah, today he was neck and neck with Cedric McMillan, kind of battling it out for that 5-6 spot this morning. So who knows where he ends up tonight? But he is definitely a very improved bodybuilder, and he, like as Luke said earlier, he used his time well in his off season.
I mean, his back's a lot thicker than it was.
Well, he was fighting Cedric for that spot, Luke. So, so from what you've seen so far, was he able to put enough together to get past Cedric, or do you think Cedric has kind of held him off, or is it just up for grabs tonight?
It's pretty close. I mean, I think Cedric improved more, but I think this morning I had Sergio maybe edging Cedric out a little bit, but Cedric has improved quite a fair bit more.
Now there's a great shot. There's Arnold down in front.
Oh,
How cool is it
cool.
got to be for him, a guy who actually competed against his dad?
Awesome.
All right, to be up there now filming his son. And there's Sergio knows that Arnold's right there. You know he's going to play to him.
His presentation's incredible.
He's got to do he needs to do his dad's pose for Arnold, right?
Oh,
I think that's what Arnold's waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
The victory pose.
And Sergio does two poses that look just like his dad. I mean,
There you
that
go.
pose right there,
Oh, sick.
the victory pose, and he'll do it. I'm sure he'll do another one. And the most muscular.
Yes.
That most muscular, man, looks dead on the money.
Quite nimble for a big chap as well.
Now, if you're Sergio and Arnold's right there taking a selfie with you, does that make you a little nervous? I feel like it made me a little nervous. I don't know.
Nah, he's loving it. He's loving it.
If you know Sergio, you know
That's cool.
there it is. He just pulled ahead of Cedric by split decision. Hey-o.
Go home, Bob.
Sergio's very unique in his posing, as you can see. A little out of the box, but you know what? I'll take that, man. It's better than the same old, same old. He's very inventive with his posing. And here comes the victory pose. We're right here. How cool is that?
Very cool.
Look at that. I love it. That's great.
Yeah, he's put on a great show.
You can't help but root for Sergio because of the legacy that his family has.
He's
the
a good
difference
kid.
in,
You know, he's a little confrontational sometimes.
A little
He's-
opinionated,
Yeah, a
yeah.
little opinionated, but you know what? I've always liked him, man.
Yeah,
he's
that's
a
great.
good kid.
He's not boring, that's for sure.
No.
Nothing wrong with making bodybuilding a little more interesting.
I'm very curious to see him match up with Cedric and see if he can pull ahead or even higher. I mean, you can probably go up about
Thank
2
you,
spots.
Sergio.
That was an excellent routine.
Yeah, excellent.
This next guy was second here last year. It made him really mad. So he flew out to Australia 2 weeks later and won the Arnold Australia. He's from the Netherlands. Please welcome the conqueror, William Bonac. Wow. That was a bad error. I turned the page and blew it. I'm going to blame anyone else, but lucky I have an earpiece. So now, this guy's traveled all over the world. He's from New York City, Huntington, ladies and gentlemen, Max Charles.
All right, another one of New York's finest, Mad Max Charles, coming to the stage. I give this guy most improved, Aaron. I thought he looked tremendous. I thought the improvements he made in his physique, his separation in particular, were paramount this morning.
Yeah, he looks great, man. He has he's become an extremely complete bodybuilder. Doesn't have any of those overpowering body parts that initially I thought, you know, connected with Max Charles, and now he is come in incredible condition.
He looked a bit funky, is what you're saying. He did, but that he doesn't now. And look how much better he looks.
Well, you know what? We talked about can you be, you know, too big earlier. His delts and arms were too big for the rest of them.
Yeah.
It actually made his legs look smaller, kind of like a Johnny Jackson type of a scenario. But clearly, you can see he's brought up his legs. He's actually balanced out his arms are still tremendous.
I mean, he looked like he was carved out of stone, and he still does.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks great.
Grainy, that's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he's got that thin skin conditioning. Now, he didn't get as high a call-outs as I thought he would this morning. I was a little surprised, actually, that they didn't kind of add him into that first call-out. Luke, where did you see it?
I agree with you. I think he should have been much higher. I mean, it may be a size issue. Maybe because, again, he's not quite up there with the bigger boys.
Yeah, but he's not small either.
No, he's not small.
And listen, William Bonak's the smallest guy on the stage if you want to go by stature.
Yeah,
and
Dexter
is not the giant, you know.
But pound for pound, the amount of muscle Bonak is carrying is pretty incredible.
True. per square inch.
Yeah, it's like a Belgian blue cow.
Exactly what I was thinking, Luke.
Yeah, see?
But I don't know what that means, but.
Yeah, he looks, I mean, his lower back, man, he really, he looks great. He's not holding anything.
No, he's dry as shit.
Yeah.
Well, he is a guy who might move up tonight. I mean, he certainly doesn't look any worse for wear. I mean,
No.
if anything, he might be a little sharper from this morning. He's at least as equal to this morning,
I think
and maybe better.
I think this is the best Max Charles I've ever seen.
I don't think there's any question there. Yeah, we haven't seen a better Max, but I think he's going to be a little disappointed if he doesn't get an opportunity.
I think he's been working with a new coach this prep.
Who's he
I think I mean I don't know how true this is, but I heard he's been working with Milos.
Oh,
okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the mind certainly in
mind.
attendance. Milos, one of the best trainers out there. But I'll tell you what, if he is, and hats off to Milos, you did a great job, buddy.
And, you know, if he's smart, right, Bob, he's going to do a bunch of shows in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Max
he
will
does.
compete. And he gets better throughout the year, so there's no question in my mind. You'll see Max with a victory this year.
Yeah.
He'll be back on the Olympia stage.
You put him at a smaller show or a mid-level show, and he's winning those.
You know, one cool thing is that we keep talking about how if guys can move up, you know, if they have an opportunity. Steve Weinberger does a great job of giving these guys the opportunities to get compared. And he understands that it's all about comparison. And at nighttime, Steve is not shy about moving people around, and he will
right, try
reward
this.
those who got
You'll never
better.
guess
and
who's
sometimes
next.
he'll put down people that, you know, didn't come back any better.
He makes them work.
He's the
makes 'em
current
work.
Arnold Classic Australian champion. He's from the Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen, and he's here to win. Welcome, the conqueror, William Bonak.
All right, they call him the Conqueror. William Bonak taking the stage. Now, this was our pick this morning. From what it looked like, he was, in first or second. I mean, certainly in the top two. It didn't seem like anybody, they ever put him out anywhere towards the end. So, in my opinion, I think they had him in first. It's William's show to win or lose. And the one thing is, he's a model of consistency, man. We'd never see this guy out of shape.
And he's won the Arnold before, so it wouldn't be.
That doesn't hurt.
It wouldn't be a shocker. Yeah, it wouldn't be a shocker.
And he is the second best bodybuilder in the world, on paper.
Also doesn't hurt.
Oh, it doesn't.
Now, Aaron, this is what you were talking about earlier. His lats literally go right into where his posing trunks are. You don't see that with a whole lot of bodybuilders, man. That is some muscle right there. Look how low his lats insert. That's crazy.
That's where genetics come into play. There's no way to bring your lats lower, unfortunately.
No.
It is what it is.
It looks like he's not wearing any oil.
No.
You know what? Good observation. He looks very dry in terms of. Now, we use dry as a term, obviously, of conditioning, but his legs look like, you're right. It almost looks like he has no oil on much of them. Now, can that hurt him, Luke? Or is it just something we're seeing?
I think it's more just, from this perspective. I think the judges can see what they need to see.
I feel like, they're, like you said, Bob, about polish. There is something to be said. When you see, I always think when I saw Phil Heath come out on stage at the Olympia, and everything is perfect from head to toe, and he has the color and the oil right, it does do something,
Well, it's kind of interesting here because to the untrained eye, you would actually think he's not as good as he was this morning, but you can't really tell because you're right. It doesn't look like he's got if he's got any oil on, it's not a lot, or his skin just soaked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's hurting him at all.
Now that said, there is a difference when you are live and that you're 20 feet away as the judges are, that they can see all that fine detail that obviously you can't see at home as you guys are watching this. So you can see he's still in great condition here. I mean, any change from this morning, Luke?
No, I think he looks about the same.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just. I mean, with William, he's always that consistent, isn't he? So he doesn't.
It's funny. The oil situation it's hard to know 100%.
Now they're zooming in for us. Hopefully, you guys are getting the same shot.
Now you're getting a better shot. Of it.
I don't know.
He may not be. He may not be as good as.
You know what? It may not be an oil thing. Maybe I think he was a little sharper this morning.
Yeah.
Now, all things to an end. All right. Is that enough for Big Ramy? Did you see enough out of Big Ramy or Dexter? Because Dexter was sharper tonight.
I think we're going to have to wait until they're all stood together.
Yeah.
There is quite a disparity between his legs.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Is that his left leg? I mean, you can see it. I mean, there's something. I heard he had an injury before the Olympia.
Well, you can see he's got almost like a little knot on his left knee,
Yeah,
and you can't really tell if that's.
It has affected that leg.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at his VMO, his teardrop above his knee, it's quite down. But it's not. Again, it's not really hurting him.
No.
When you've got muscle to spare, you can get.
Tell you
He
what,
still looks awesome, but
it looks insane.
Now, if you're his coach now, the second he gets off this, are you running back there and going, get the oil, get some oil on?
I would like pay me 40%.
Oh man.
No, he's I think he's a bit more oil, but
if you win your pro card here at the Arnold,
I don't know. I'm really interested. I'm more interested now to see him compared to Dexter and Ramy.
This guy,
I tell you what, Dexter may have brought himself a little closer to another hopeful Arnold title to finish out his career if William dropped a step. At this level, you really can't afford to lose anything going into the night show.
Morgan Asti.
All right, one more to go, and that, of course, is the big man himself, Morgan Ast. I believe he's from France.
Yes,
is that right?
France, right?
Now, we don't know a whole lot about him because he was an amateur just last year, but he's a big amateur, Aaron. You don't look up to too many people, but this guy, he had 4 inches on your height.
So we went back, me and Darielle, my wife, were backstage with him, and I'm like, look how much taller he is than me, and I'm wearing shoes. I got heels on my shoe. And I walked up, she's like, no way. And I walked up, and he's got 2 inches, 3 inches on me with no shoes. Yeah, this guy's probably 6'6".
And let me tell you, it's hard to look big when you're a basketball player, okay?
Man.
When you're 6'6", man, you got to have a whole lot of muscle to even look like one of the best bodybuilders in the world.
Michael Jordan definitely didn't look like that.
But not just that. Where's his skin? He
left his skin in France.
Yeah.
This man's even got a little flair. 50 Shades of Morgan.
This man has not had a croissant in years. I mean,
his conditioning was actually the best of anybody on the stage 100%. This morning.
And I mean, just for somebody that size, I mean, to get that dry. I mean, I know he works with Chris Aceto. I mean, Chris was telling me this morning he's never seen a guy with glutes like that.
Chris did his homework because this guy's. Well, that's when he turns around at home.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is crazy.
I mean, look at the feathering and his glute, his hamstrings, his lower back.
He's holding that.
Now, all that said, Luke, he was clearly down in the last call-outs or close to it.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure
why?
I don't know. I think it's. I mean, Chris did also mention that he has 2 bicep tears from his strongman days, and so that would mean a couple of his shots are pretty bad. Like he'll literally lose the front double to everyone.
I mean, he's not the most aesthetic guy, and the height hurts him against guys who are a lot shorter.
But I mean, if you're missing a vital body part like your biceps, it's going to hurt you no matter how you look.
Now I got to look at his biceps.
Yeah, when you
I
look
never
at
really
very
noticed
flat,
that
his
before.
front double.
Well, he's got the tattoo on the one, which kind of covers that a little bit. But I tell you what, he pulls it off. I mean, it's not, that's a hell of a physique. Now, again, just to nitpick, why? Okay, everybody's at home going, well, this guy's ripped. Why is he down? You can listen. He's got big legs, but they're up and down. Okay, he doesn't have that big sweep like you see with a Big Ramy or Akeem Williams or those type of guys. So when you're that tall, man, having sweep to your legs is almost impossible. The arms, like you said, Luke, the midsection, could be a little bit more trim. So and he's a little narrow, of course, given his height.
Right.
Aaron, I mean, you're not going to be the widest guy out there like Big Ramy.
I think it's simply when you're at this level, the Arnold Classic Olympia level, your genetics, how you're born, is massively dictates where
Sure.
you place. You can't change.
Yeah,
those
listen,
things.
he picked a hell of a
ladies
show.
and
You know what I mean? But
Absolutely.
you got to give this guy some credit, man, because he looks tremendous.
And we talked about it before. If he's 325 now, maybe he needs to be
of our
350.
Pro Open men's bodybuilding. So let's hear it for the whole field as we welcome them back on stage for the confirmation round. Let's welcome back Patrick Moore, Josh Lenardovich, Steve Kuklo, Dexter Jackson, Victor Martinez, Johnny Jackson, Kim Williams, Cedric
All right,
McMillan.
well, this is
Big
the moment
Ramy.
of truth. So, lineups getting
Sergio
called back
Oliver
out. By the way,
Jr.,
big shout out
Max
to Tony
Charles,
Doherty out there doing
William
a fantastic
Bonac,
job.
and Morgan Asti.
MCing the Arnold. Tony's, everybody knows, runs all the shows down under in Australia. Has been doing for many years. You talk about a guy who loves the sport of bodybuilding. It's Tony Doherty.
Now we're
So,
going to
Tony,
hand you
great
over
job, man.
to our head judge, Steve Weinberger.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Big Steve with the call-outs.
While we wait for Big Steve, big shout out to everybody at the Redcon One Gym in Boca Raton, Florida, watching it at
Steve,
the watch party.
Dexter, Ramy, and William.
Here we go. Now, they're calling them out in numerical order, okay? So nobody get crazy yet. Now, this is the same call-out that they made this morning, barring any adds or subtracts anybody here. So this was your projected top 4 from this morning.
Dexter and William, switch, please.
Now, I'll tell you this. Somebody got to William. Look at his legs. Got a little sheen on there. So,
they sure
Gentlemen,
did.
quarter
Smart
turn to
play.
the right.
What a great call-out for Steve Kuklo. How
Quarter
about
turn
him up there
right.
with Big Ramy, Dexter Jackson, and William Bonac.
Go on, Stephen.
It's awesome. He must be so excited right now being up there.
Quarter turn right.
Dexter looks very
Face
much
front.
improved from this morning, and this could be dangerous for William because I got to be honest. I don't think William looks as good as he does this morning, but I do think
Front
Dexter
double
does look
bicep.
better.
Well, so far, having Dexter next to William is a good sign for Dexter. We'll see what happens, where Big Steve moves him around to.
Interesting
Front lat
dichotomy here.
spread.
You've got the two, arguably, we'll call them, quote, smallest guys in the show, and two of the biggest guys in the show.
The bookends, the big
Yeah,
bookends.
as bookends, yeah. Well, as Arnold said in the his opening
Side chest.
remarks about Franco, who we lost this past year, a good small man can beat a good big man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's interesting too, Bob, as you look at them hit their side chest, you see Big Ramy, who's known as the biggest of the big guys, and Steve is doing a really good job keeping up size-wise.
Yeah, Steve he's losing no
hanging with
ground to
back double
nobody. I mean,
bicep.
he's holding his own, and he's earned this position. So now again, somebody can be called up into this group if Steve sees fit. But this shot right here is going to tell you a whole lot. And this is one of Dexter's better shots. All right, what are we seeing, Luke?
I think. I mean, I'm noticing Ramy's this for him.
Back lat
He's improved
spread.
the most from the rear since this morning. I do actually agree with you with what you said about Bonac. He's not quite as quite there as where he was.
It'll
earlier.
be curious to see if Steve moves these guys around or if he leaves. Now look at that shot from Dexter right there. Oh,
Yeah.
I think Dexter had 2 cheeseburgers.
whole lot of muscle going on there.
Well, so Bob, if he doesn't move anybody and he leaves and lets them go off like this, it's
Side
pretty
tricep.
indicative of the fact that Dexter moved up a spot. And he's in the top
yeah,
2, 1 or 2.
yeah, because Dexter was third, fourth looking this morning, and clearly he's up in 2 right now. If this doesn't move, again, if you're watching at home, okay, you'd be looking at 1 and 2 in the middle either way, and 3 and 4 on the outsides either way.
Usually Steve will move everybody around and give everybody a chance to
Abdominals
move,
and thighs.
but sometimes not.
Now, Steve will mess with you.
Yeah.
Like sometimes he'll do stuff just to do it, just to mess with the audience, which I think is kind of funny.
Abdominals and thighs.
To be honest, that's not a great shot for anybody.
No.
So, that is not the bread and butter shot of any one of these 4 guys.
I also think seeing William next to Steve.
But
It's
now,
not-
look at
it's-
Steve. Look at that most muscular from Steve. I thought he
Yeah.
can hang with anybody with that shot.
Steve's known for his quads. And I think where Williams slightly downsized, it's really kind of sticking out.
Thank
now.
you, gentlemen. Back in line, please.
Steve looks great.
That's a big.
No, see now,
They
look
could
at-
bring it back out at the end, but
Yeah.
right now, that's interesting. So we
It is
could have a
interesting
change.
because he didn't move up on anybody. So from what I can gather, they're looking at these guys as the solid top 4. Now you're looking for 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now I can almost guarantee you're going to see Cedric, Sergio. I'm going to say Max Charles moves up into there.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Sergio. Cedric.
There it is.
Yes.
Akeem.
And Akeem
And
Williams. I
Steve.
just took the words out of my mouth.
And who?
And Max Charles? No, Max Charles. Just the 3. They
I'm
got to call
good.
him.
He'll call somebody else.
I'll bring Kukla back in.
Oh,
Interesting.
no, that's not good for Steve.
No. Now Steve's in the battle for.
Now, again, let me explain to
Steve
everybody
and
who's watching
Akeem
out there,
switch.
okay? Why is he calling Steve Kukla back out with these guys, okay? And this is what I love about Steve Weinberger and the judging panel, okay? Because they want to give these guys an opportunity to see if they can compare with Steve, okay, for that, let's say, 3rd, 4th position.
Quarter turn
All
right.
So this is what I'm talking about, Steve, giving these guys an opportunity to compete. And this is all you can ask for as a competitor, Luke. I mean, you know this better than
Yeah,
anybody.
of course.
You want
Quarter
this
turn.
comparison. If you're Sergio and Cedric,
Well, this is the comparison we all wanted to see.
Yes. And Cedric's looking good. I mean,
Cedric's he's been
looking really
improving
good right
every
now.
yeah, he's getting better as he's going.
Just
Now,
Sergio-
you can't
right.
see a lot of a difference here between the muscularity of a Cedric McMillan and Sergio. The years of the gym, you can
Yes.
tell in that shot.
Well, Cedric has one of the best backs, I think, as well.
Yes,
in
he
the
does.
IFBB.
But they're all holding their own. But
Thanks, front.
this is a precarious situation for Steve Kukla right now because
Cedric and
this
Steve
is literally going to
switch.
make or break whether he's in the top 4 or whether he slides to 5 or 6.
To me, Cedric is quite clearly getting better.
Oh, so they're switching them around. Okay.
Now this
Interesting.
is great for Cedric, not so much for Steve.
Front double
Yeah.
bicep.
You can see the confidence building on Cedric's face as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sergio should be getting more confident too because he's
Yeah.
right in the mix. And he knows this is it for him. I mean, this is going to make or break whether he's in 4th or 5th. There's a big difference between 4th and 8th
Front
in this
lat
show.
spread.
Yes.
Now, Akeem Williams to me is softening up a little bit. Cedric is getting better with every pose. Sergio is getting better, and Kukla is about the same.
Side
I don't think
chest.
he's fading per se, but I think these comparisons are definitely.
Look at Cedric's leg. Side of his leg is coming in a little bit better. You know, maybe the cheeseburger paid off. You know? And also we talk about polish, right?
That's still a great shot for Kukla
Back double
right there.
bicep.
You can tell the polish versus no polish. Like
feel,
Kukla,
This is going to tell you right here who's 4th and
I
5th.
did notice then, I think Sergio's getting a little bit tired. Maybe he was letting his midsection go
He's
a little
military, man. Believe me, he could do this for days.
bit. Suck it in.
Now, look at the difference. I was just talking about Sergio's back versus Cedric's. That's the difference between a guy who's been training an extra 15
Well, I
years.
mean, as we were talking about with the seal skin.
Relax,
Akeem.
spread
Look,
out,
I mean, if you look at
relax,
the difference
spread.
between Akeem and Cedric, the level of detail is just night
yeah,
and day.
it's pretty dramatic.
And you can see, and you can actually see it looks like a skin thing.
I hope we get a chance to see Cedric right next to Kukla, because right now, from where I'm seeing,
yeah. Listen, it could happen. I mean, Steve will work these guys to death. So we've all been on the receiving
Yes.
end of that one.
Oh, yeah, it sucks.
I haven't been on the receiving end of it.
I have.
I've
And
certainly
Luke-
witnessed
Luke
it.
has.
Yeah. It's it can be withering.
I think a lot of people don't even understand how difficult it is to pose this long, this
No.
hard, under the lights as well.
And with pressure, and yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
Well, if this stays
Relax.
the same, then
Face front.
Kukla.
Steve and Cedric switch back.
You see, he's
Wait a minute,
cramping.
wait a minute.
Cedric's
Hang on.
lower ab.
Moving him
I,
back.
I noticed his pec was cramping during his routine
Who
as
was?
well. Cedric.
Oh, Cedric.
If you look at Cedric's lower bottom right ab, left if
Yeah,
you're
he's,
facing,
he's
cramped
cramping up. But you know what? That's a professional right
Yeah.
there because he ain't letting nobody know.
No. He can't, not when he's in battling right now.
Well, listen, Steve gave him a shot,
Abdominals
and
and
that's all
thighs.
you can do with
Yeah.
this. But I think he's probably seen enough from Kukla that he's solidified his spot. I feel bad for Cedric right now because if he's cramped, that
That's
is the
gotta hurt.
worst position in the world when you're cramping.
Your
and you
favorite
got to hit
most
that
muscular.
shot. I have been there and done that. It is not a good feeling.
You know, he's doing a great job of covering it up. Because that would,
Yeah.
for me, like I've had an ab cramp, and man, you just want to like stretch it and pretend,
I got to
stretch
be
it out.
honest. After seeing these comparisons now, like I say, Steve wasn't really fading at all, and he's certainly not now. So, I think I got to probably leave him in his position.
Thank you, gentlemen. Back in
Now
line,
it's a
please.
battle for 5th and 6th between Sergio,
Joshua,
who I think might be
Victor,
ahead of Cedric
Johnny,
if they left him in that lineup.
Max,
You know, the way they did was
Yeah,
with Cedric back on the outside.
Yeah, left him in the middle.
So right now I got to put, I think Sergio climbed up a spot in the 5th, Cedric 6th, and Akeem 7th.
I can't help but root for Cedric, the red Catalan athlete.
Of course,
so I have no choice.
Because you're biased like that.
I can't help it.
That's okay.
Max and Johnny switch.
Cedric probably should have won the whole show.
Yeah. Damn judges, politics. You know.
Victor and Johnny switch.
I think this goes back to our point earlier, highlighting with
Yeah.
Patrick. He just needs size. That's it. Just needs some size.
Yeah, just time in the gym, man.
Yeah.
He's got
Morgan
all
and
the
Josh
makings.
switch.
Look how big Morgan is.
I thought they put Morgan
And they put
next
him next to
Get
Patrick
out.
and Johnny. Yeah,
Gentlemen, quarter turn to the right.
Steve is a troll.
He's got a full head, Morgan, over the two next to him.
See, now, personally, I would have liked to have seen them bring up Max
Quarter turn right.
into that last call-out. And to see if he could have hung.
Yeah.
But clearly the judges are not seeing enough there that they thought it warranted a comparison. So, interesting.
I mean, I would assume it is just the size thing.
Quarter turn.
You're probably right, yeah.
Face front.
You know, the interesting thing is going to be after this is obviously
Spread
the
out,
judges
hit a
are going
front
to go
double
back down,
bicep.
put their scores together. That pretty much gets added to the morning scores, and that's where you end up with your eventual placings. But I'm on the fence right now, man. I mean, I had William kind of in a solid 1-2 this morning, and 2 was up in the air. But I don't know. I think
Front
I've seen
lat
enough
spread.
from Dexter that he might be knocking on the door right now. So this might come down to the post down.
I honestly, it could flip flop either way. No, I mean,
I don't think I saw enough from Big Rami
No,
that he's
no.
in contention for the win. I think
He-
it's
he-
definitely between Dexter and
seems like it,
and,
I mean,
and
Rami was
William.
He was
Side
a bit sharper
chest.
from the back, but I mean, Dexter just transformed since this morning.
Well, Big Rami just doesn't flow is the problem. So as big as he is, 300 pounds of muscle, you know, it's like you say, his thighs are a little bit too big. You know, the waist could be a little smaller. He could use a little bit more. But, you know, with those fine adjustments, I mean, listen, he'd be killing everybody
Back
out
double
here.
bicep.
So I guess we'll know for sure. You know, a lot of times Steve brings out the top 2 or something like that at the very
Morgan's
end,
clip.
right?
I know
It's crazy.
Yeah, he might.
It's
Yeah, I know. Morgan's just crazy, man. Look at the conditioning of this guy. But that's a shame, really, because obviously he has done about as good a job as you're going to do with a frame that big.
And his glute, if you look at his glute, his
Back
one glute
lat
is as fast as
spread.
everybody else's glutes together.
Yep.
So you think Steve will bring back the top 2 or something
Well,
like top
Steve's
4?
going to do one of. Yeah, he likes
at
to
the
give
end.
credit where it's due sometimes to reward those guys. So, in my opinion, he would probably bring back William.
Side
and Dexter.
tricep.
That's
I
what
would,
I'm
I would love to see Dexter take this.
Well, that would be
so would
crazy.
Dexter. And let me tell you something. How fitting would that be? That would be number 30.
Yeah.
Winningest of bodybuilder of all time. Again, that's a record we're never going to see broken. And I tell you what, that starts a real
Abdominals and
good
thighs.
road to his final show at the Olympia this year.
Just Max hitting that. He's about to hit hands overhead abdominal. You really get a feel for how peeled Max is in this shot.
Max is in great shape. Like I said, I really would have liked to. I mean, size notwithstanding, I would have liked to have seen him in the last call out just to see if he compared.
His midsection's pretty much perfect.
Your favorite, most muscular. Thank you, gentlemen. Back in line, please.
Here we go. Here we go.
Dexter, Rami, and William.
Oh, he called 3.
That's your top 3.
There you go.
Well, they put Rami out there.
Wow. So you're almost right, Bob. Add one more.
Front double bicep.
Well, but the one thing it tells you is clearly Kukla was probably in 4th.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any question about that, but this is pretty much it right here, boys. Like this
Front
is going to
lat
give you
spread.
your winner. Now, if I know Big Steve, he will move these
Relax.
guys around just to keep it interesting and put Dexter in the middle
Dexter
and
and
put
William
Rami in the middle
switch.
probably. There you go.
Ooh, here we go,
And I know
here we
Big
go.
Steve. Boy, that just gave a big boost to
Side
Dex.
chest.
He's going to give him a few shots in the center. And, you know, I like when he does this because it gives each guy that. I mean, I know it's you know, it
Back
doesn't
double
make a lot of
bicep.
sense to a lot of the people watching, but, you know, you want to be in that center, man. It does kind of mean something in bodybuilding.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And if you're Dexter, right, the adrenaline, you move to the center and the final call out with two other dudes.
Luke, you've been in that position. I mean, how's it feel like when you
Back
get
lat
that
spread.
call, like, and it's like, oh man, this is like I'm holy crap, I'm in the lead
Well,
here.
Dex is probably used to it, but I was just like, what the? It was to me. It was like it was a blur.
When I looked at Luke's eyes when that happened, he looked over and goes, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
He couldn't
I think
believe
there's
it.
I think there's a picture of me.
Relax,
just like,
turn
my eyes
around.
coming
Deer
out.
in the headlights. Or a
Rami
cow,
and
or,
Dexter
whatever
switch.
animal you want to pick on for this one. Though. Big Rami in the middle.
Oh, here we go.
Look at look at Dexter laugh. You know why he's laughing? Because he's been
Side
around so long. He
tricep,
knows
yeah.
the game, so he knows it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but he'll play it up.
I honestly have Dexter here out of the three.
You have him what?
Winning.
Winning.
I think so.
I'm telling you, it's.
I think Rami's faded a touch.
And I think William has faded just a touch.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but
Abdominals
again,
and
when you're
thighs.
getting sharper as the blade is. You're gonna fight, huh? Actually, I told you have a little fun with these guys. Look at Rami. Yeah, that's right. Love it. Tell you, big man represents pretty good in those abdominals,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it's certainly he may have a larger waist, but his stomach is always in check. He's got great abs and good shot for him.
Relax.
Right now, he needs to tighten
William
up.
and
the
Rami
shot, but
switch.
The rest of it,
Gentlemen, your favorite, most muscular.
Here we go. I gotta go with Dexter, man. I really do.
yeah.
I had William this morning.
Yeah, me too.
We made that clear at the pre-judging.
But Dexter's just getting harder and
Dexter,
harder and
to
harder.
me, has gotten harder
Thank
and
you,
more
gentlemen.
crisp.
Back in line. This
Rami
concludes this round.
clearly has faded a little
Back
bit.
to you, Clint.
I tell you what, it's not a lot.
Thank you,
we're
Steve.
talking again.
Thank
we're
you,
splitting
judges.
hairs, but
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen?
How's he doing this?
I don't know.
Let-
I mean,
Let's
if
post
he wins this
down.
thing,
The problem, see, for
at
Dexter,
51 years old, bro, that's insane.
knowing Dexter, he wins. He may not retire.
That's
after
what I
all.
said.
He may not
Yeah.
retire
He's
after
got-
all.
They're going into the pose down right now.
Who's it gonna be?
So, Bob, knowing Dexter, he wins a few of these in a row. Does he still retire or does he change his mind?
Nah. I think he's done. All right, bodybuilders into the audience. As you can see, this is been done for many years here at the Arnold. This gives the audience a great opportunity to see these guys up close and personal. When you see some of the best bodybuilders in the world really right in your face, it's pretty cool. So they're going to have a little bit of fun with the audience here, give a little bit back to the community.
It's a great opportunity. Everybody wants to take a selfie with their favorite bodybuilder.
And it gives us a chance to do some predictions here because these guys are going to be out there for a little while. So, all right, Luke, what have we seen?
I mean, based on this morning, things have changed quite a lot. I mean, this morning, to me, it was fairly clear cut that it was Bonac, and I had a strong second. But tonight, I would probably have it completely flip-flopped.
I think so. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go the other direction. I'm gonna say, as great as Dexter looked tonight, I still think William Bonac is gonna take it and is gonna win tonight with Rami in third. So I have to be. I can't go with the crowd here.
I think Rami's in third. I don't think there's any question about that. And I got a quick minute here, but I got to bring my man in, Tony Doherty.
There he is.
What's up, big man? All right, Tony, our out on the Arnold stage, obviously, MC extraordinaire. Tony, how's it looking to you out there?
Well, you know what's the best thing, Bob? The place is full. There's not an empty seat, and we didn't know who was going to show up. So for me, I'm really happy for Bob and Jim and Arnold that we've got a sellout crowd. The atmosphere is absolutely electric, and as you guys are talking about, it's a really close show.
Now it's tough because obviously I do what you do, so you're on stage with your sideways, so you got a great look, but you don't have the straight on look. I think Dexter's sharp enough tonight. I think it's his.
I think he's dangerous, man. That standing ovation he got before, that was probably something I'm going to remember forever. And, you know, straight up, I'd love to see him win.
Tony doing a great job out there, man. Appreciate you stopping by, buddy.
I'm going to give you guys another shout out real soon, but I'm going to go and get these ones back on stage.
You got it, Tony. Yeah, I got to be. First of all, to answer your question from earlier, if Dexter Jackson wins this show, it changes nothing. And actually, I think it's even more incentive that you made the right call. Listen, go out on top. So many people in this industry go out kicking and screaming, and you know they hang on for an extra year too long or an extra show too long. And listen, we're the biggest critics. You know, we're the ones that are out there going, well, how's you look? Well, yeah, it used to be pretty good, but now, you know, you don't want to be that guy. Call your own shots, make your own destiny. If he wins here tonight, you'll see him on stage at the Olympia. And you ain't going to go out any better than the Olympia. Listen, this was great. I mean, it's the Arnold. Fantastic. It's another title. Listen, this thing's wide open. Brandon Curry, the champ. We don't know if Phil Heath's coming back this year. You know, we don't have any idea if Kai comes back. You know, whoever. Dexter Jackson at that point would be the #1 contender for the Olympia title at 51 years old.
That would, and wouldn't that be something, Bob, for him to win? I mean, he'll be the only one competing in the Olympia that has won the Olympia before, right?
Well, other than Brandon Curry.
Brandon Curry, of course.
Yeah. Or Phil Heath. No, you know, and again, if there's a good year to come back, if you're Phil Heath, are you coming back this year?
Yeah. 100%.
I would have came back last year, though.
Are you smelling blood in the water?
I'm smelling that check.
You know, it's an interesting premise, but how cool would it be if Kai came back, if Phil came back, if Roden came back, right? And Dexter Jackson emerges himself here as the #1 contender.
Wow, that would be amazing. That would be unbelievable.
How about that for a lineup?
Even one of those things happening would make it the most interesting Olympia in recent times. If all of them happen, it'll be crazy.
It sure would.
Look at this, Jim Manion, the Prez. He was heckling Bob there.
I get heckled by the president. Jim, come on in. Jim. Come
on, Jim.
We've got a rare opportunity here with the president of the federation, Jim Manion, in attendance. You know the season has started when Jim Manion comes in.
Oh no, the camera's this way.
We got you are no stranger to the camera, my friend. But all right, Jim, as you're the biggest bodybuilding fan of anybody I know, obviously, going way back. You're out there. How's it look to you?
Saying I'm the oldest is what you're saying.
In a nice way. How's it look to you out there?
Looks phenomenal. I mean, listen, for us to even be able to have this event, it's phenomenal. But with Arnold, Jim, Bob, Larmer, everybody did. I was on the phone with Bob Larmer on Wednesday night at like 12:30 at night.
There's a lot going on.
A lot of crazy stuff, but I'm really thankful. I'm sure all the athletes are really thankful. The Pro League's thankful that we pulled this off. Everybody's training all this time. The crowd's really loving it tonight. I still don't understand if they're letting the crowd in tonight, why they wouldn't let them in today, but what do I know? I'm only in charge of bodybuilding. I'm not the mayor here, I guess.
Well, listen, they got a great show and a great lineup on there, but Jim, you've judged more shows than anybody I know personally, so put your judge's hat on for a second. How did you see it playing out?
Luke,
yeah, I agree. I had me in first as well. Yeah, right. Yep.
We look good, Jim.
They all look good, Bob. You know, they're all winners. They're all part of the Pro League, so they got to all look good.
That's why you're the president. You see,
they all look good. They have to earn that pro card.
You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, you know, how phenomenal is it that Dexter Jackson at 51 years old is in the mix for the win? I mean, he could win tonight.
He's right in there. Obviously, anybody that follows judging knows when you're in that last call out or the first call out, you're somewhere in that top 3. So the guy is just amazing. I've watched him train at Gold's. I've been going there a lot lately in California. I mean, he trains. He really busts his butt. I mean, Charles, he's got his legs back up again. I don't know. I mean, she might be a vampire.
That's exactly what I've been saying. Yes, right. I'm glad you agree.
There's a couple of things for sure. One is that this year's Olympia lineup is setting up to be probably one of the greatest that we've seen possibly in many years. Who knows who's coming back? If it's Phil Heath, if it's Sean Roden, if it's Kai out of retirement, who knows? The other thing that's for sure is that you, my friend, will be holding the Sandow Trophy when the smoke is clearing and there's only 2 guys left.
Absolutely. And let me tell you something. It'd be great if Sean was able to come back. It'd be great if Phil came back. Great if Kai came back. But if they don't, we sold out minus, I think it was only 52 seats left. And none of those 3 were in the audience last year. So when you got guys like Luke, you got Bonac, you got Dexter, you got Rami, all these guys, of course, Brandon Curry. Obviously, it would be great to have them back, but the Olympia is bigger than any one bodybuilder. Would I love to have Phil back? Yeah. Well, Kai back? Yeah. God bless. I hope Sean comes back to us. So that would even make the show better.
So the state of bodybuilding in the IFBB Pro League is strong. It's great. A sold-out arena last year. I think we're going to have people waiting outside this year, so it's going to be cool to watch. But and even better, Jim, that you, my friend, will once again be on stage.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Jim Manion, your IFBB and NPC president.
Chris Cormier, I want to make one more. What time is the party tonight, Chris? I want to make sure I'm there. I know you're having your own after party somewhere, so I want to make sure. Am I invited? Is it okay?
Am I coming?
From Gilbert, Arizona, Alexandria Ross. Her first time on stage in Columbus with 3 big wins last year. From Brazil, Attila Santiago Santos. Thank you, Attila. From Glen Burnie, Maryland, USA, Jennifer Ronzetti. It's been 3 years, so it's great to welcome back from Canada, Justine Munro. From Orlando, Florida, Marcia Goncalves. And again from Florida, welcome back, Janet Laug. And she is your current champion, defending her title. Thank you, Janet. From Santa Cruz, California, Camille Perriette. From the Bronx, New York, welcome Yashira Robles. Her first time on stage in Columbus, representing Italy, Alicia Facin. welcome back a two-time winner, originally from Brazil and now from Bergenfield, New Jersey, Angelica Teixeira. First time here in Columbus, from Switzerland, Priscilla Leimbacher. From Honolulu, Hawaii, Mesha Akbabia. The only problem we have is that everybody is in shape. So let's give a big round of applause to our field bikini athletes for the International 2020. Over to you, Sandy.
Thank you. I need number 4, Darja Hill. I need number 8, Justine Monroe. Number 12, Yashira Robles. 16, Masa. And number 5, Alexandria Ross. Okay, ladies, do a 180. Face that back wall. Now, walk halfway back and hold it when you get there. Face forward and walk it back. Okay, ladies, thank you very much. You can take a step back to either side. I need number 1, Beatrice. Number 3, Romina. Number 9, Marcia. Number 11, Camille. Number 13, Alessia. Okay, ladies, do a 180, face that back wall. Now again, walk halfway back and hold it when you get there. Face forward and walk it back. Okay, ladies, thank you very much. And take a step back to either side. I need competitor number 2, Isa. Competitor number 6, Attila. Competitor number 7, Jennifer. Competitor number 10, Janet. Competitor number 14, Angelica. And competitor 15, Priscilla. I need Janet and Angelica to switch. You're right next to each other. Okay, ladies, let's do a 180. Face that back wall. Now again, walk halfway back and hold it when you get there. Face forward and walk it back. Okay, ladies, thank you very much. You can take a step back to either side. That concludes our confirmation round. Back to you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, ladies. You can all exit to your left. We'll welcome the top 6 back very shortly. As many of you know, each year the Arnold Sports Festival welcomes many new athletes to Columbus from all over the world. This year, 700 amateur bodybuilding, fitness, figure, bikini and so on came from 60 nations to be here in Columbus to win that pro card with the IFBB Pro League. The NPC Worldwide did an amazing job judging them all weekend, and we have your winners. Our Masters figure overall, Lynn Centino. Our Masters bikini overall, Jennifer Zerpa. Our Classic overall winner, Fabian Mayer. Our men's bodybuilding overall, Fabio Resende. Our fitness overall, Amanda Ciani. Figure overall, Anita Davis. Bikini overall, Gabrielle Messias. Men's physique, Drellin Hunt. Our women's physique winner, Anna Harrius. Our wellness, first wellness winner here in Columbus, Francielle Matos. And our sponsor, legend and Arnold winner, Rich Gaspari. You can all take a bow. Congratulations. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rich Gaspari. Also, I'd just like to acknowledge one of our guests. Well, there's a lot of great guests here tonight that you're going to see. Just keep the music pumping. We're good. We've got new owners at the Mr. Olympia contest, and they've come to join us tonight. And at the Arnold Classic, we're really looking forward to working with them, bringing us all together. So Jake Wood is here with Dan Solomon that runs it. Welcome. Congratulations from all of us. Thank you. Our next division is the men's physique. It has a format that requires contestants to have finished in the top 10 of a Pro League event at least once in the last 2 years to even apply. It's a muscular, lean look with board shorts. Let's welcome from Brooklyn, Andre Ferguson. From Chicago, Brandon Hendrickson. From Columbus, Ohio, George Brown. From Colombia, Fernando Chala. From New Jersey, Stephen Cao. And from Brazil, Carlos de Oliveira. And that's your top 6. Top 6, Steve, over to you.
Thank you, Tony. George and Andre switch. Yasser and Brandon switch. Gentlemen, do a 180 and turn around, please. Gentlemen, spread out. Turn around, please. Thank you, gentlemen. This concludes our confirmation round. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Steve. We're going to welcome our special presenter for our strongman very soon. But before we do, we've got to show you this. Yesterday and today we had several pro strongman events in the convention center. So we've put together the highlights for you, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out.
Was ever built for fill in the blank over bar in Pastor Bjornsson. 90 pounds, he's got it. Wow.
You cannot feel the momentum, these wheels filled with sand.
Quickly. Where can he put the mark to be? It's a great performance.
Wow! How about that? Now, to decide the winner, they're going to lift the Louis Cyr dumbbells. And to tell you all about that, please welcome your strongman hosts, Magnus Vermagnuson and Matt Eisman.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. How are y'all doing? This is it. The Arnold Strongman Classic Championship. Over the past 2 days, we've had 10 athletes spilling blood, sweat, and tears trying to win the title of the strongest man at the Arnold Classic. And now, there is one event left. And with the leader only having a lead of 3.5 points, anything can happen. The champion will be determined on this stage right now. Magnus, this has been a battle for the ages. Oh, this is a battle all the way through. There's no certain winner yet.
Well, are you ready to meet the 10 athletes who will be contesting in front of you for the title? First up, from Slovenia, 6'1", 335 pounds, Mateusz Belshak. Next up, from Iceland, he is 6'9", 440 pounds. He is the two-time defending champion and your current leader, known as the Mountain, Hafthor Julius Björnsson.
He is big, isn't he?
Next up, out of Canada, 6'2", 352 pounds, 9 times Canada's strongest man, Jean-Francois Caron. And from America, making his first appearance here, he won the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic in Australia and then got married. He's known as the world's strongest gay, Rob Kearney. And the man who is currently in second place, having a breakout season, 6 feet 5 inches tall, 330 pounds. He is the Polish powerhouse, Mateusz Kieliszkowski. And standing 6 feet 3 inches tall, 355 pounds, calls the United States his home, and he is the reigning world's strongest man, Marcin Licis. And from the Ukraine, the youngest athlete in this competition at just 24 years of age. He is having one of the hottest years, having won 2 Arnold Classic competitions. He is Alexei Novikov. And a 39-year-old out of Phoenix, Arizona, standing 6 feet 4 inches tall, 370 pounds, the Iron Outlaw, Jerry Pritchett. And at 41 years of age, he is the elder statesman in this competition, served in the Russian Special Forces, and he has been competing on one ankle, showing the heart of a lion, Mikhail Shivlyakov. And finally, last year he was an amateur. He won his way onto the stage, competing now as a pro. Please welcome your final competitor, Bobby Thompson. So right now there's one event left, the Sear dumbbell. You can see dumbbells ranging from 270 all the way up to 330 pounds. The goal is lift the heaviest dumbbell possible. 1 rep with a higher weight trumps any number of reps with a lower weight. So Magnus, we're going to see strategy. We will go in reverse order. In other words, the athlete who is currently in last place will go first. The Mountain will go last. He will know what he needs to do to retain his title.
Yeah, Kieliszkowski needs to win this event, and for some people to get between him and Thor to get the win.
The good news is Kieliszkowski is the current world record holder in this event. Now, as a side note, there is a record-breaking fee, a bounty on this stage. You pull more than 315, the record, you win $5,000, and there is a chance Kieliszkowski could do that. So, are we ready? We are not ready, so we're going to build the drama. Governor Schwarzenegger, what do you think of the strongmen out here? These gentlemen giants getting ready to contest this. The blood and the tears that these athletes have spilled, Magnus. We should say, one of the amazing stories, Mikhail Shivlyakov, 41 years of age, before the first event, sprained his ankle badly. He has continued to compete, taking as high as second in the bag over bar. It has been a remarkable performance out of Shivlyakov.
Oh, he's done amazing, yeah, and I just don't know how he does it. But at least I see two spotters here, because they've tried to take me out a couple of times when I was sitting in the referee seat there.
We will say, if you're in the front row, please don't pay attention to your phone other than you, Governor. You can do it. If they lose these weights, they can come into the audience. And some of the smaller people right here, this gentleman, we need you to watch yourself right there. He's very small. He's big and hard. So we are just getting this ready. We appreciate your patience. Now, here's the other thing I will tell you. Every single one of you gets to participate because, as Magnus Vermagnuson knows, a 4-time world's strongest man, these athletes feed off your energy. So if you see them struggling, if you see them trying to do something extraordinary and you want to help them, make as much noise as you can. Last year, we saw Kay Liszkowski make a record on the stone to shoulder. Everybody was on their feet for his final rep, and he felt that strength. You guys have a chance to influence this competition.
Oh, he was unbelievable on that stone.
He was a beast.
But this is going to be a test. There's a lot of strategy here. So if I was doing this, I would go for a middle dumbbell, then try to go for the win, so he wouldn't waste too much energy.
So we've heard the strategy. Now it's time to find out. This is it. Are you ready for your first athlete? Then please welcome Mateusz Belczak. Again, he will have 90 seconds to try to get the highest weight possible up. Failing that, he may go for reps. You can see they're positioning a 280-pound dumbbell on here. This is 280 pounds. That would be 3 of that small man right there.
Belczak has been battling an injury in his hip. So I don't know how it's going to affect him on this event.
Who follow him on Instagram, his right hip is virtually non-existent, and he has been competing with one good leg. We'll see, can he get this barbell up? And the key is to control the dumbbell. Watch for the judge's signal. So here we go. Once he starts, 90 seconds.
Come on, help him out.
So now, going up. Going up to 290, a 290-pound dumbbell. £300. He opted to go to 300. He's calling for it.
Let's help him out. He wants it. Oh, that was so close.
So again, now he can drop down. You can go up or down in weights. Going for 290.
He's still got time.
Oh, here we go.
All right, who wants to see him do this? Come on.
Belczak has it up.
Oh.
So you can see the stress. And that's it, Mateusz Belczak.
So a lot of the times when you've failed, and even though you go to a lighter weight, you wasted a lot of energy already.
Yes. So the way it works again, he got 280 pounds. So again, to beat him, you need to do more than 1 rep at 280 or lift a higher weight. And we can see right here, we're starting down at 276, 274. Thank you for correcting me. So here it is, Bobby Thompson, starting out at 274 pounds. Last year an amateur, here he is on the main stage. 274. Got it. Going up to 290.
If he gets this one, he takes the lead.
He would take the lead here with 1 rep. And you see how much energy they expend with every rep with these massive dumbbells. 290 pounds. Going at 290 one more time.
He's got time. Still 35 seconds to go.
You can see it. I need that energy. Bobby Thompson, 290. So now going for 280.
12 seconds.
Have to complete the lift. Complete the lift. A good effort, Bobby Thompson, 274. So now, and a round of applause for these enormous men up here who are corralling these dumbbells and putting their lives in harm's way. You can see when these things come down, it's an unpredictable path. So you guys understand this competition now. I appreciate the energy you're giving. These guys, they haven't had much of a crowd all weekend, so tonight is something special. I appreciate you guys letting them feel this love. Next up, out of Ukraine, our youngest athlete here, 2 years ago, won the Arnold Strongman Amateur, and now has been a beast.
Well, as you can see, it's not just pure strength with the dumbbell. There's a lot of technique involved.
A lot of technique. So take us through what we're looking, the hips, the balance. Here we go. Alexei Novikov. Starting at 274. Good job controlling at 274. And you see this chess match. You want to choose the highest weight, but if you miss, you expend a lot of energy. He's going up to 300 pounds. 300 pounds for Novikov.
Oh, he gets it.
300. Novikov, now he is regrouping. 310-pound dumbbell.
He's got a good technique going, a lot of leg drive.
This is remarkable, Magnus. 310 pounds is a respectable bench. A one-arm dumbbell press over the shoulder, 310 pounds.
Whoa, that was close. He's still got a little time. 20 seconds.
Trying to regroup.
10 seconds.
Novikov, 310.
Oh.
Just missed, but still your new leader, Alexei Novikov. So the new lead, 300 pounds. Once again, do 2 reps at 300 or complete a higher weight. And next up, it's his first time at the Arnold Strongman competition. And at 5'10", 285, he is the shortest and the lightest competitor, but he has been pulling big weights, Magnus.
Oh, he's real strong. That's a strong man.
When Magnus says you're strong, you know it's true. Give it up.
He
Rob.
might not be the tallest,
It's
but
Rob.
he's strong.
Rob Kearney, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off 274. Got it.
Yeah, that looked good.
$290.
290. Come on, let's help him out.
290. Going back, he's going for a second rep on 274.
Come on, help him. Still got 30 seconds.
And you can see the effort these athletes put in for every rep. It is absolutely exhausting. But towing up again, 274. A great effort, got one at 274. So once again, this is the athlete we've been talking about, Magnus. Injured his ankle and is still tied for 6, essentially with one good leg.
I just don't know how he does it.
You called it. You said the heart of a lion.
You need to really push in this with both your feet. So it's going to hurt.
Well, this guy has been experiencing pain, but hasn't been quitting. That black beret from Russian Special Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him the hero's welcome he deserves. Mikhail Shivlyakov.
History of it. Yeah.
274, Shivlyakov. You can see how just the struggle to control the weight. Got it.
He got it.
274. $290. That's 290-pound dumbbell right there. This would put Shivlyakov in second place. Novikov at 300, still in first.
He's still got 45 seconds.
Well, we're seeing, to pace yourself, it seems 3 good presses is about the limit before you really start to feel that strength dissipate.
Yes. Yeah, it starts. You
Talked
start
about
losing
the
it really
strategy.
fast.
Here we go, 290. The Siberian Force.
Still 15 seconds.
He's going to 274, looking to get reps.
3 seconds. Time.
Time expired. A good strategy. One more time for Mikhail Shivlyakov. So right now, Magnus, Bobby Thompson, Rob Kearney, and Mikhail Shivlyakov all tied at 274. So if someone gets 2 reps on 274, they will jump up ahead of those 3 athletes.
Yes.
And then you start going to the higher weights. That's how you start to get towards the top, especially with Kalishkovsky still to come. Up now, the Iron Outlaw, Jerry Pritchett. Starting at 274. And these athletes feeling it after 5 events contested over the past couple days. A good effort. Jerry Pritchett, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you can see he was all stiff. This was hard for him just to pick it up from the floor.
Absolutely. And to give perspective, this is called Louis Cyr, one of the great strongmen. The dumbbell that he lifted to rise to fame, 273 pounds. The starting weight here, 274, to give you an idea of how strong men are growing. So now we are at the top 4 athletes. In 4th place, Jean-Francois Caron, 31.5 points. Martins, just ahead of him at 32. So watch these next few performances to start to see how the podium spots shake out. So here we go. Coming up, it is JF Caron.
JF is always a force to be recognized.
And he just has been powerful. We saw some great efforts out of Caron. At 37, this guy's showing not many signs of slowing down. Starting at 274. Caron, 274.
Not quite.
You can see the judge
almost there.
Has to demonstrate control there.
It's really frustrating when it's that close.
It is. It gives you an appreciation of just how hard this press is.
Come on, let's help him.
Caron.
All right, come on.
274. Just can't lock it out.
He's still got 30 seconds. $15.
Having to dig deep. Gonna need some help, folks. Jean-Francois Caron. What an effort. Only 3 athletes remain, and you are seeing, Magnus, the challenge to control this dumbbell. Novikov still in the lead at 300 pounds. So 2 reps on 274, and you immediately jump up ahead of 4 other athletes. So here it is. The crowd sensing it. It's the Dragon. He is the reigning world's strongest man. Currently in 3rd place.
Well, I think he's going to just secure his 3rd place.
Secure his 3rd place spot would be key. Martins Licis. $274. Got it.
Nice. That means he's already ahead of Caron.
He's ahead of Caron right there. Martins very likely securing a spot on the podium. Now going to 290 pounds.
Come on, help him. Come on.
290, Martins.
Come on, Martins.
Martins bowing out at 274. So again, ahead of Caron, looks very good to take a spot on the podium. So this is it. 2 athletes left. Up next is the man who is the reigning world record holder. He has done 315 pounds. Now, his shot at winning this whole event means he has to be in first place, has to get ahead of Novikov at 300, and then has to set the bar high because coming after him will be the mountain, Thor Bjornsson. So Kay Liszkowski, and again, if you see one of these stainless silver dumbbells going up, any one of those will be a world record. Get that up, you take home $5,000.
So he's starting with 300.
He's starting at 300 pounds. Now again, on this stage last year, he set a world record on the stone to shoulders. He thrives on the crowd's energy. So for 90 seconds, if you want to see a good competition, let's give him that energy. Mateusz K. Liszkowski.
He's an amazing athlete.
He has won 3 of our 5 events. Just 26 years of age, still getting stronger. Let's see what power he has. $300 pounds.
You want to see it?
Couldn't lock it out.
There's a balance problem.
And you can see it. These athletes have been giving everything all day today and all day yesterday, Magnus.
It does take a toll on your body.
They have done 5 events already. And here's Kay Liszkowski, second attempt at 300. Let's help him out. Kay Liszkowski.
Yep.
Yes. He's currently tied for the lead. He's going for a world record. He's going for the record. 320 pounds. This would be a world record.
Come on, help him out.
20 seconds.
Stand up.
20 seconds.
Get him on.
A world record.
We want to see this.
10.
Yes.
Yes. Kay Liszkowski.
Unbelievable.
A world record. A world record. 320 pounds. And as of right now, he is in first place in this competition. He is in first place, but there's one man left to lift. The legend, Thor.
He's going to start at 280.
Now 280, if he gets this up, would put him in 4th place. If he gets this, he secures the title. 1 lift, and he can win it. Looking to take his 3rd title. He could do it right here.
He's
right
asking
now.
for your help.
Thor Bjornsson! Your
He's got it.
champion. But he's not done. He's going for 300, and this is called an exclamation point. Making the case for being one of the great strongmen in history. 300 pounds.
All right, come on.
300. Beerson! Yes!
Yes.
$40 seconds. 330. 330. 330.
He's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds left. 330 pounds. A world record at stake. To close it out, Thor Bjornsson.
Come on, let's do it. Whoa, that was close.
And that is it. Your Arnold Strongman Classic champion for the 3rd year in a row, Half Thor Julius Bjornsson.
He's just so strong, he doesn't seem to have a weak point.
Well, like other great strongmen from Iceland, Magnus, and the Iceland fans are losing it. What a performance. Are you not entertained? Kalishkovsky fought tooth and nail till the very end. Set a record, but in the end, Thor Bjornsson takes home the title.
Kalishkovsky was having a balance problem in his first try, so that didn't look good, failing that first one. But he came back, did it, and then did the record.
So we want to tell you how remarkable what Thor did was. He won this competition despite Kalishkovsky winning 4 of the 6 events. Mateusz Kalishkovsky could be the strongman of the future, but your strongman of today, that man, for the 3rd year in a row, the Mountain.
Kalishkovsky had one bad event. Pretty much costed him a lot.
Well, that is it for our strongman competition. For all of you who are here for the 6 events, we say thank you. We want to say a special thank you to the people who made this event possible. Steve Slater and Dr. Jan Todd. Jan, where's Jan?
Days of mixing pre-workout powders are over. Redcon 1's best-selling pre-workout Total War is now ready to drink. With 6 amazing flavors, Total War RTD provides 12 ounces of fully dosed adrenaline to push you through any workout. Visit redcon1.com to order today.
Lifetime Achievement Award winner. This year, it's Triple H. Please turn your attention toward the video screens and watch this very special presentation.
This year's Lifetime Achievement Award winner is WWE Hall of Famer Paul Triple H Levesque. Triple H is a 14-time world champion, a WWE executive, and philanthropist. Paul established the WWE Performance Center and created WWE's global brand, NXT.
I love these places, you know, just history and Arnold and Sandow and all this history. Marilyn Monroe lifting weights. And man, this is a gym. It's old and it's used and smells like a gym. You can tell people came in here and busted their ass. I wouldn't even be in this business if I hadn't wandered into the gym when I was 14. A 6 foot, 235 pound kid. Had a pipe dream of being a professional wrestler, and especially at that time was something that you just, how do you do that, right? The gym taught me everything you need to succeed in life, which is the harder you work, the more you put in, the more you get out.
You know him as the cerebral assassin, the king of kings.
14-time WWE World Heavyweight Champion, The Game.
Triple H.
Triple H.
Triple H.
Triple H.
Triple H, very talented. Being in DX, showed another side of him. He's got a great sense of humor.
D-Generation X wasn't just groundbreaking on WWE. They were groundbreaking in all of entertainment.
He's such a personality and such an image.
My first reaction to hearing that Triple H was in the movie and that I was going to fight him was that I'm about to be turned into a finely mashed tapioca ass pudding, which is what happened, basically.
He just has a presence about him because of his size and his look. Like when he locks in on you, it's like, whoa.
Triple H, he is a smart cookie.
He has gone from WWE superstar to executive vice president.
And when you combine someone who is intelligent and always thinking about the craft with the physical prowess, loves training, those are extraordinary combinations.
I love doing it. It's stress relief, keeps me stable, everything. I'll put my injuries up against anybody's within reason, you know, and I'm healthy. But without this, without the gym, I wouldn't be where I am.
He is developing the next crop of WWE superstars.
When I started, it was hard to get in the business. I wanted to change all that. And so we opened up the Performance Center, which is a 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art. It compares to anything the NFL
You're training
has.
people to become WWE stars.
And that's kind of the carrot.
It's one thing to know how to do what we do in a ring. It's another thing to know how to be a WWE superstar and how to perform on television. To do that, you need a TV show.
Cruiserweight Classic. 205 Live. United Kingdom Championship.
Mae Young Classic.
It was never about treating the women any differently. It was about treating them like the athletes that they are, world-class athletes. It's one of the things I'm most proud of at NXT. Maybe you can look at that and say I'm guilty of being so proud of that because I have 3 daughters. I don't know.
Triple H, he's a leader and he takes pride in passing along information and making sure that the next generation is taken care of.
He wants them to have the tools to succeed.
When seeing them reaching their potential and you are a small piece in helping them, it's like being a parent, you know, bursting with pride at their success. This Monday night, you're starting on Raw. All of us together have built something very special.
You have the honor of being inducted into the International Sports Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame was created for people that really stand out. What do you do with that power of influence that you have on other people?
He has given back to the community. He always thinks about what can I do for my neighborhood? How can I reach out to bring other young kids in and inspire them?
Connor's Cure raises money and awareness to help fight pediatric cancer. It inspires people to want to do something.
Paul is an athlete, he's a business leader, he personifies courage. He's a great representation of what young people should aspire to be.
For some people, success is just a goal. I've always seen it the opposite. You have to work your ass off harder than everybody else. It's the stuff that nobody sees that you do that makes you successful.
You're a great storyteller, you're a great story creator, an incredible performer. I'll never be as big as you, but hopefully I will be as bulletproof as you are.
So carpool karaoke is about, you know, showing the world another side of us, right? I think. So
That's why
I
I'm not wearing pants.
There's no one like Triple H. He's a very unique breed. Ask me in about 25 years what his legacy will be.
To me, it's just you do the work in life and everything else follows.
Please join me on congratulating Triple H on his wonderful achievement And presenting the Lifetime Achievement Award tonight, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, every year we hand out this award, the Lifetime Achievement Award. And let me tell you something, it was very easy to come to this conclusion, that Triple H should get the Lifetime Achievement Award. I want him to come out here. Triple H, where are you? Do it now. There he is. We're on our way to the chopper. But first we have to say a few words, then we get to the chopper. But anyway, the reason why we chose him is, as you could see in the video, it's very obvious. I mean, I personally admired him for so many years as a professional wrestler and as a guy that lifted weights and that had this extraordinary body and also the athletic performance in all this. But then, of course, what I really admired about him is that after he was kind of finished with wrestling, he became a business leader. And he started taking over and running now the WWE. And then on top of that, which is another thing that I think is the secret to success, which is to give back to your community. This is the most giving person that you can imagine. He always thinks about the underdog. He always thinks about people to bring them in, to train kids, to inspire kids. He inspires millions and millions of people around the world. And this is what I appreciate so much about him. So let's give him a big, big hand. And here is the Lifetime Achievement Award to a great, great athlete, great business leader, and a great community leader. Thank you very much for all the great work you're doing, Triple H. You're my hero. Please.
I have a few notes on my phone, so I'm going to put my plate here. Eat some Fruit Loops out of that later or something. There are probably some guys in the back that would like to partake in that as well. I don't know, maybe. First of all, I want to thank all the athletes that are here tonight. You know, I've come here for years. Bodybuilding's been a big part of my life, and anytime I have come to something like this, whether it be to walk through the expo, to come here to these shows, I'm blown away by these athletes, and I just want to leave here and go lift something heavy and train hard and sweat and just tear it up. I want to thank them for all that inspiration, and congratulations to all the amazing athletes that were here tonight and that have been here across this entire weekend. It's been a tough weekend for Arnold and his team, so my hat's off to them, to Mr. Lorimer, and to Arnold and the team. And thank you all for coming out here and being a part of this, because the support for these athletes means everything in the world to them. And without you here, it's a hollow victory. So thank you for being a part of it. And the biggest thanks I want to say is to Arnold for all of this. This, what we're here for tonight, doesn't take place without him. But beyond that, I want to thank him for the inspiration, for the support, for the knowledge, for the opportunity that he's provided to not only myself, but to so many athletes. It's hard to find anybody that wasn't inspired in some way by Arnold Schwarzenegger and what he accomplished with his life. He truly is the American dream. And that's, you know, hard for people to understand what it takes and what he went through to get here and succeed to the level that he has. So thank you to Arnold. For me, from the first moment that I saw wrestling on TV, with its larger-than-life, massive, just these huge larger-than-life characters, it is what I dreamed about doing. But it was seeing Arnold. It was reading his story in the education of a bodybuilder as a young man that showed me how to get there. The path to getting there was the gym. The gym teaches you every single thing you need to know to succeed in life. The harder you work, the more you put into it, the more you get out of it, just like life. The gym teaches you that if you dream big, you turn that dream into a goal. And if you work hard, you have dedication, you have discipline, that you can do absolutely anything with your life. I don't care who you are. And if you want proof of that, I am standing up here receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award from one of the biggest heroes in my life, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he's a man that continues to inspire me to this day. That's proof right there. I could have never imagined that in my life. But I saw a speech a while ago by Arnold where he said that no one is self-made, and that is so true. For every single person that succeeds, there's a lot of people behind them. It takes a lot of inspiration, people to share information, people to help you through that journey, people to cultivate your passion with you. It takes people to inspire you. I was inspired. In the gym, I was inspired by Arnold, Lou Ferrigno, Lee Haney, Rich Gaspari, who I just took a picture with backstage, Dorian Yates, Corey, Bev, Linda Murray. In wrestling, for me, it was Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, larger-than-life people. Those were my inspirations. My support, I was really lucky. I have support all around me. My parents, who are here tonight. As a kid, they'd come to everything I did. When I was bodybuilding, they'd come to everything I did. I ate them out of house and home, trying to get bigger. They deserve all the credit in the world for that. My sister for always encouraging me like they did to just that anything that I could do. You know, if I wanted to do it, I could do anything with my life. And for that, I thank them. My first training partner, Brian Zagaritas, who took a 6 foot, and I know in the video it says 235 pounds, but I was 135 pounds. The bar weighed more than me. But I was a kid, and he taught me that anything was possible by making me throw up out the back door of the gym every single day. But apparently throwing up every single day of your life on your journey makes you learn a lot about what you can accomplish. I had people that passed on their knowledge to me like Charles Glass, Joe DeFranco, and Dave. In wrestling, I had people like Killer Kowalski and Terry Taylor that got me to the next level. People that I stood in the ring with, Nash, Hall, X-Pac, HBK. It's a long list, Rock, Austin, Taker, Foley, and of course, you can woo again, Ric Flair. I want to thank everybody that I ever stepped into the ring with, because this journey doesn't happen alone. For me, the opportunity came from Linda McMahon, Shane McMahon, and especially from Vince. You know, it's hard for me to say, without Vince McMahon in my life, there would be no me. I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be standing up here. None of this would have happened. So I can't thank him enough for that opportunity. And then there are those in your life that you'll give everything and that you live for. That's my wife, Steph. It's hard to put it into words, but I only have one: forever. For my girls, Aurora, Murphy, and Vaughn, they have loved telling me over the last month or so that getting a Lifetime Achievement Awards means that you are really old. But I've got two things to say to you girls. One, I love you more than you love me. And two, I'm not getting old, I am getting better. Lifetime achievement means I'm just ahead of the curve, baby. All those things have given me a wonderful opportunity and platform, and my goal now is to use that platform to help the dreams and goals of the next generation. I ask you that when you leave here tonight, that you do the same. Remember that everything is possible. It all starts here in your mind. It starts with a dream. Whatever that dream is, you can make it happen. So dream big. Dream big and then turn those dreams into goals and then work your ass off until you get to those goals. And then once you get there, give back. Whenever possible, inspire. Whenever possible, support. Whenever possible, share your knowledge, share your experience. And whenever possible, give opportunity. If you do this, I promise you, your life, like mine, will be everything you dream of. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, if you're not fired up, I don't know what the deal is. We're going to go a completely different direction now. One of the very, very cool things that we have at the Arnold Sports Festival is it's the world's only international series body painting competition. It's the Jan Tana Body Painting Revolution. And to introduce the two people that are going to explain what you are about to see, and I guarantee you're going to remember what you are about to see for the rest of your lives. Please welcome to the lectern Jan Tana and Madeline Greco with their friend Scott Frey.
Hi, thank you. Madeline and I and Scott are so happy to be back here at the Arnold Classic, especially this year, to introduce everybody that was part of our Jan Tana Body Painting Revolution. And our theme this year, Madeline, was?
Our theme was Warriors and Barbarians, so we're bringing out our models to show you. And we're also going to announce our artists. Our artists are participating from as far away as the Netherlands and South Africa this year. We have Nancy Meyer, Liliana Hopman, Lars Peterson, Brad De La Torre. In third place today, we have Dominique Panatone of Canada. And in second place from the USA, Aaron Fox.
And in first place, right here from Columbus, Ohio, is our champion, Jonathan Kinney.
I also want to give thanks to our jury, 5-time world champion Scott Frey, 5-time world champion Madeline Greco, that's me, and also our special guest judge, the reigning Miss World Finland, Dana Mononen. You'll also notice some fantastic sponsor models here. We have Everex Sports Nutrition and Cryotech Nordic of Finland. And we also want to give thanks to our sponsor model paint team, Chad and Diana Canterbury. Jan, you loved the artwork today. Was it a wonderful day all around?
It was fabulous. The only thing we were missing as a warrior, I think, was Arnold. Wouldn't y'all have liked to see Arnold body painted? That would take a lot of paint. Yes. Yes. So thank you again, and wonderful thank you to all of our models and our artists from around the world.
And thank you.
Okay, middle, stop, middle. Yeah, wait.
I got hung out for a second because Arnold's doing a television interview right backstage, and you just don't run him over. You just don't. All right, on with the show.
All right, folks, you had a chance to watch that strongman competition wrap up. What did you guys think? Then let's welcome back our 10 athletes as we honor these strongmen on the stage. They'll be coming any minute. They may be getting body painted right now, I'm not sure. What happened to the little guy who was sitting in front? Was it his bedtime? Street Bike Tommy ate him? Oh my God. How about Triple H? What a speech. I was kind of hoping he was going to body slam Arnold. Your 10 athletes. Where are the big guys hiding? Your 10 athletes, ladies and gentlemen. And the 10th place check, presented by Jantana, from Jantana, goes to Mariusz Belshak. And 9th place, from Big Sports, presented by Fred Smalls, Bobby Thompson. Eighth place, from Mount Carmel, presented by Dr. Nick Kretsulis, Jerry, the Iron Outlaw Pritchett. And a 6th place tie from the Columbus Dispatch, presented by Edwin Yang, Mikhail Shivlyakov, and Rob Kearney. Fifth place, once again from Jantana, presented by Jantana. The winner of 5th place, Alexei Novikov. I don't think that's Jantana presenting the check. I'm sorry. 4th place from Mount Carmel and Dr. Nick Kretsulis goes to, oh, this is Jantana. We got off on this. We'll fix this later. I'm sorry, Jan. Well, you may give your check. I'm sorry. We didn't practice this, you guys. We're just figuring it out. Jantana, let's just give Jan a round of applause. We'll sort out the checks. Who didn't get a check? Shivlyakov didn't get one. Give it to Shivy. We'll figure. Mikhail, get your check. Give it to the Russian. Why not? Deserves it. The 4th place from Mount Carmel and Dr. Nick Kretsulis goes to JF Caron. And the 3rd place check from Europa, presented by, goes to, it's not Randy, they gave Randy Couture. You're not Randy Couture, are you? Wait, just present this, all right? I'm so sorry, guys. Let's just give it 3rd place, Martins Lises. And the 2nd place check from Rickard, presented by Rhett Rickard, goes to the man who set the world record in this final event. He won 4 of the events, and it is Mateusz Leszkowski. And now, for the 1st place check from Rain Body Fuel, presented by Natalia Eva Marie, and the 1st place trophy from Rogue Fitness, presented by the legend Arnold Schwarzenegger, for the 3rd year in a row, your champion, Hafthor Julius Bison.
Have Thor tell me now, is it too heavy? Okay, I understand. How much, I love when you put your chalked hand on my jacket. Thank you, thank you. Now it's even more chalked up. But anyway, just tell me now, how much training did you do for this? Because the last time we talked about it, you said you're going to go into some intense training. You wanted to make sure to win this competition. This means everything to you. So tell me, how much time did you spend on this?
Firstly, thank you so much, Arnold. I spent 17 weeks, honestly, I train all year round. But I spent 17 weeks specifically training for this event. That means my life is all about this. Eating, sleeping, recovery, and just training the events, and of course, other exercises, but main focus for 17 weeks, this event.
I watched you secretly eating. So tell the audience how much you eat. Because in German we have a word called fressen, which is like what animals do. Human beings don't eat that much, but this man here is not human. So therefore I wanted to just ask you, how much eating is there involved?
Wow, where should I begin? Wow, that was probably the hardest part of this journey, all the eating. I had to eat 10,000 calories every single day for 17 weeks. And that meant I had to wake up 7 a.m. every single morning, had my first breakfast. That was 6 eggs with rice, spinach, 1 tomato, and then the next meal was steak, rice with some carrots, peppers, chicken stock, and had 5 of those, the rest of the meals, as well as a lot of, electrolytes to keep my body, fluent throughout the day, because I train a lot, so I sweat a lot. I have to make sure my body has a lot of electrolytes in my body. So it was tough, It's hard to, be able to do that for 17 weeks. But I'm a big believer in being consistent. If you stay consistent, you will progress. And I've been progressing. A fun fact here, I started competing here in 2011 in the amateur division. I placed second. The winner from that show, he goes to the pro division. But the guy that year got injured, so he couldn't go. So Terry Todd, he called me up and said, "Are you ready?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I'm ready. Let's bring it." 2012, I placed last place. I was 10th. And everybody said, you're never gonna win Arnold Strongman Classic. You're not strong enough. You're big, you're athletic, you're fast, but you will never win Arnold Strongman Classic. That was the people that didn't believe in me, but Terry Todd did. He always said, "Thor, you're a big guy, you just have to grow, get bigger, and you'll win one day." And I believed. And I put in the work every single day. And here I am, 3-time champ.
Thank you very much for pumping up the audience. I like you because you're a great athlete and the world's strongest man, but you also are a great actor and you're a great human being. So come back again, okay? Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Now, Arnold,
Arnold,
just before you go, this is a gift from the Mass Wrestling Organization presented to you by Odd Hagen, a legendary strongman. That's from the Mass Wrestling, which we love to see.
Okay, we are not changing it out. We're staying big sports. Okay.
Little surprise. Now we're going to bring the top 6 bikini athletes on stage for their presentations. So if we could have those top 6 bikini athletes on stage just going to do this in random order. We've got Priscilla, Janet, Jennifer, Attila, Angelica, and Isa. Thank you and congratulations. Sixth place trophy being presented by the Columbus Dispatch, Edwin Yang. Flowers and a check for $1,000 from Mount Carmel, presented by Dr. Nick Kritsoulis, Jennifer Ronzitti. Thank you and congratulations. Our fifth place winner being presented by Jantana from Jantana, a flower and check for $1,000 from Big Sports, presented by Fred Smalls, and that goes to Attila Santiago Santos. Thank you, Attila. Congratulations. Our fourth place trophy being presented by Chuck at Big Sports and Edwin Yang at the Columbus Dispatch. Check for $2,000. Fourth place, Priscilla Leimbacher. Thank you, Priscilla. Congratulations. Our third place trophy being presented by Dr. Nick Kritsoulis, again from Mount Carmel, and Jantana from Jantana, a check for $3,000, and it goes to our third place winner, Janet Layug. Thank you. Now you can see what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Brazil is taking over. We have 3 girls from Brazil in our top 6. Attila and the last 2 standing. In second place, being presented by Mia Aravainen from Cryotech Nordic and Rickard from Rickard, $4,000. And the second place award goes to Angelica Teixeira. Congratulations, Angelica. Thank you. And now our winner, first-time Arnold Classic champion, being presented by Steve Slater from Rogue Fitness and Natalie Eva Marie from Rain Body Fuel, $7,000. And the first place award goes to Isa Pacini.
Arnold and his son Patrick.
Arnold Schwarzenegger and his son Patrick Schwarzenegger, ladies and gentlemen.
You can speak English, I can understand everything you're saying. The important thing for you to know is that my son Patrick only came to the Arnold's Classic to hand out the trophy for the Miss Bikini competition. So he has been telling me this all year. I go to the Arnold's Classic because I look so much forward to, you know, the muscles and the strongman this, but the most, I love the girls there, as the bikini girls. So anyway, so this is it. So I just wanted to know. But anyway, we both wanted to know exactly how much dieting did you do, because you have no body fat, none.
Little. Now I don't have body fat, little, but I ate a day maybe 1,200 calories a day.
That's it?
Yes.
1,200 calories.
Yeah.
How do you survive on that?
Sorry?
I mean, how do you survive on that? This is very little.
Yeah,
1,200.
I'm bikini.
Yeah, I know you're bikini. Yeah. That's very obvious. I mean, we can see that. We are standing close enough to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a beautiful bikini.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And a beautiful body underneath.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. You look fantastic. Come back, okay? You're absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, congratulations. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Arnold. Thank you, Patrick. And can we have all 6 girls come in for your picture? Let's get a picture of the top 6 right now. I won't forget. Okay. Thank you, ladies. And now we're going to welcome our top 6 men's physique winners for the night and find our winner. So many hugs, but the show must go on. We have our top 6 physique winners on stage now. In 6th place, being presented by Edwin Yang from the Columbus Dispatch and Nick Kritsoulis from Mount Carmel. And that check for $1,000 goes to Fernando Chala Blandon. Congratulations, Yasser. Thank you. Our 5th place trophy being presented by Jan Tanner and Mayor Aravainin from Cryotech for $1,000 goes to 5th place winner Carlos de Oliveira. Thank you and congratulations. And our 4th place winner being presented by Rhett Rickard and Edwin Yang, $2,000. And 4th place tonight, George Brown. Thank you, George, and congratulations. Our 3rd place award, Nick Kretsoulis again and Jan Tanner. Check for $3,000. 3rd place award, Stephen Kao.
Oh yeah, we got it. Yo, 2 weeks again. 2 weeks again.
Thank you. And our second place trophy being presented by Chuck at Big Sports and Fred Smalls. And that second place check for $4,000 goes to Brandon Hendrickson. Yeah. And your winner, getting a check for $7,000 from Rogue Fitness, Steve Slater, and Natalie at Rain Body Fuel. That goes to Andre Ferguson.
How do you feel winning it 3 times?
Amazing. Amazing.
So tell me now, let me ask you a question, because I'm always fascinated, since we are the organizers, but we are not really in charge of the federation or of the rules. Do you like wearing those long trunks? And what do you think what the purpose is?
It don't matter to me. It's the division.
I know, but I mean, why? I don't understand quite when I sit down there and I see them cutting off half, a third of the body and not explain, because you guys have great legs. Why not show them?
Then we might as well get rid of the division then to make it all classic.
Politically correct. Good answer. Very good.
But I'm fine if they do that too.
All right, good. So how much dieting did you do?
4 weeks. 4 weeks. No, I'm lying. 20 weeks of dieting. 20 weeks of dieting.
So you started the 4 weeks 20 weeks ago. Wait a minute. Well, no, but you guys should know that there's three types of people in the world. There's the ones that know math, the ones that don't. But anyway, it all sounds good.
It does all sound good.
You look fantastic. You were ripped. I mean, I hope you come back. You're going to win it for many more years, I think, the way you're going.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, good. You heard it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Keep it up. Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Arnold. Congratulations, Andre Ferguson. And let's line up our top 6 for their picture. And then we've got something really special. All right, you guys, face the front with your favorite physique shot. 1, 2, 3, hit it for the world media. And our live stream brought to you by Redcon 1, people watching all over the world. And that's our Arnold Physique champions. Thank you, guys. You can file off to your left. And now, we have the Ed Corney Best Poser Award and a check for $10,000. And the winner tonight, Sergio Oliver Jr. Joining him is Arnold champion and Olympia champion Brandon Curry.
So tell me, let's put this down here. You hold this. Thank you for your help. This is unbelievable, let me tell you. In Columbus, 50 years ago, I was posing here with your dad in Columbus, Ohio. I mean, this is like, and now today, to see his son looking so extraordinary. I mean, it's too bad that your father passed away way too early. But if he would see this picture, he would be laughing and he would be smiling and he would be the happiest guy in the world. So I just want you to know, on his behalf, I can tell you, and on my behalf, how proud we are of you. Unbelievable. You're fantastic. Your posing was extraordinary. Man, you made some really good and slick moves here today. I can tell you. You didn't win this trophy for nothing. So just tell me, how much did you concentrate on posing, and how much time did you spend on this routine every day?
I feel like my whole life. I feel like all I've been doing is studying tape, and I've been born in this sport. I tell people all the time that bodybuilding is different for me. It's what I do, but it's also why I'm alive. My parents were both pros. They met because of the sport of bodybuilding, and now here I am. And I feel like I've been waiting for this my whole life, and now I don't even know what to say. Me and my friends over there, we've been driving to this show for a long time, every year. I've driven here every year on my own, from Chicago, from Florida, from North Carolina, just to come watch the show, and it's really for the real fans. And I wanted to say, everyone here tonight is a true fan of bodybuilding. With everything that happened this weekend and the catastrophes, it really showed us the difference between the fitness industry and the bodybuilding industry. And we are one, and we are strong, and we will always take care of each other. And this is why I do it. I do it for the real fans. And I don't expect anyone to be as crazy as I am, studying tape and looking at old film. But I think we could all step up the posing in general across the board. I think it's lagging, and I think there's a bit of class that's missing from bodybuilding that we can step up as a whole. And there is a bunch of us that are putting our craft into it. And I want to thank the Lorimers for even giving us a platform to even present that. I'm so lucky to be a part of this and to be able to be doing this with you. I'm even alive with the best, I feel like the best poser ever, and that's Terrence Ruffin. I think he's the Muhammad Makawi of my generation, and I think that we can all be better on different levels and help the sport grow. But I wanted to ask you something. I know the rule is you never take the mic from you, but like you said, my dad, he would be proud. I don't know what he would be thinking. I don't know what he would be saying, but I will tell you this. I know that if I got you to hit the victory pose right now, he would love that. Can I take it? You hit it? The victory pose? Can you hit the victory pose?
Which one?
The victory pose.
I had so many victory poses.
My dad's victory pose.
Oh, your dad's victory pose. You mean the overhead pose? No, I want you to do the victory pose.
No,
Come on
I'll
now.
do yours and you do my dad's.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Good luck with everything. I hope that you come back, and you come back until you win this, because you're really unbelievable. You're in unbelievable shape. So I wish you the best of luck in the future, okay? Let's give him a big hand. Come on.
Thank you, Arnold. Thank you, Sergio.
All right, Bob Chick back with Aaron Singerman and Luke Sandow, our continuing coverage here at the Arnold 2020. You just saw a great moment on stage. Sergio Jr. taking home best honors for best presentation from Arnold, so that's pretty cool. He used to obviously compete with Sergio's dad back in the day, so that what a great moment here at the Arnold for that and for Sergio. What a great experience.
Last person to beat him, right? Was his dad.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the last person to beat Arnold.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we'd like to thank Franco's wife, Debbie, and his daughter, Maria.
They've got 2 awards back this year. That best presentation, which you just saw, Sergio, the most muscular, which I don't know if I'm a bet man, I got to either go Big Ramy or
Patrick Moore. Or Big Ramy, I don't know.
Man tonight.
Or Big Ramy, yeah.
winning the
And now
first
they've
ever
changed
Franco
the name of this
Colombo
award to
Award.
the Franco Award, right?
Yes,
Is
they've actually have a
Big
very
Ramy
special
Elspeth.
it's basically a statue trophy.
Didn't they pretty much bring this award in for Branch Warren? Because I remember
And
he-
we have
was
his
it
wife,
2 years in a row?
He won, he's got a whole bunch of them.
and
Yeah, there it
Maria
is, Big
Colombo, his
Ramy,
daughter,
obviously with the,
presenting the trophy
and
there
that was a
right
pretty
here.
easy call.
Debbie Colombo,
And
this
who better
is
to give it to
Maria
him but your
Colombo.
reigning Olympia champion, Brandon Curry.
Looking very nice in his suit, I have to say.
Nice little check to boot. And the award I can't wait to see because this was especially commissioned in memory of Franco Colombo. Obviously, everybody knows that story.
That's
and
very cool.
Wow.
Look at that.
The first one, that's super cool. Wow.
Kind of would have made more sense if he was doing a most muscular.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Brandon. Now that's the most muscular right there.
That's some beef right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny he doesn't usually hit that most muscular that one he did, huh? Really cool.
Just wanted to ask you one quick question. I mean, what does it mean to you to get the first Franco Colombo trophy, since he was such a great champion, one of the greatest bodybuilders of all time?
When I heard you to talk about the history about your friend before the show, I really felt that mean how you have a friend in the stage. When I stopped 1 year last year to compete, I felt that I missed my friends. I missed my friends to be in that place, and that make me, you know, I need to compete back again, to be in that place again. Doesn't matter Ramy is first, doesn't matter Ramy is last one, and that means the best place to make a friend is this line. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Arnold, Debbie, and Maria. And
Big congratulations, Big Ramy. Obviously, your most muscular award winner. No dispute there.
And
He's been working on his English in the last few years, so good for him on that.
Line up here. Make sure you've got your ticket because
we're too far away here, but it seemed like the crowd liked it, so it must have been pretty good. Yeah.
In all fairness, look, I understand you just as much as Big Ramy. So,
well, I'm speaking actual English.
Queen's English.
The Queen's English.
Yes.
Real English.
Sergio,
all right, this is it, boys. Now we're down to our top
Ramy
6,
and
I
William.
believe.
Okay. So it's
in
a
sixth
matter
place,
of will it be
getting a check for
now?
10,000,
Yeah.
presented by Nick Kretsulis of Mount Carmel and Edward Young of the
Sergio.
Columbus Dispatch.
This is tense. This is tense. This is
Cedric
tense.
McMillan.
Lots on the line here.
There it is.
There it is.
So we were we actually called that one right. So Sergio actually picked up a spot over Cedric. No surprise there. Cedric looked good. Clearly not as best as we talked about earlier, but still in that top 6.
He
He's
definitely
still
made some ground since this morning. I think.
yeah, still fighting it out.
Yeah. Okay. So
I got
Congratulations and thank you, Cedric.
I'm gonna go
In fifth
Sergio
place,
next. I'm gonna think they left
check being
Steve
presented
Kukla
by
in
Jan
4th place.
Tanner.
Yep.
I think so too.
And Mayor Aravainen from Cryotech Nordic, $15,000, and the 5th place award goes to Sergio Oliver Jr.
That's a great position for Sergio.
Yes.
The improvements obviously appreciated by the judges. He's got to be feeling pretty good. I mean, obviously he got an award from Arnold himself, got a little airtime, and picks up an impressive 5th place finish at the Arnold. So congratulations,
result.
Sergio.
Amazing result for him.
All right, I'm
Well
sticking
done,
with Steve
Serge. Well
Kukla
done.
here in 4th. He had Steve had to fight for that spot, as you see.
Yeah.
They called those other guys out.
Thank
They kind
you,
of dropped him
Sergio.
down, see if anybody else could beat him.
Our
probably
4th
got
place
the
award,
Yeah, he did.
a
And,
check for
good Steve.
$30,000, being
Another
presented
good
by
placing. He's up
Brett
from last year.
Reichhardt
Yep.
and the baddest man on the planet, Randy Couture. That goes to Steve Kuklo.
As
All
expected.
right, now
Very good, well.
this is where it gets interesting. I'm going to go with Big Ramy for 3rd.
Yes.
I think the other two guys pretty much established themselves, especially tonight, into 1st and 2nd, and then we'll get into our predictions on that one to see if they swung it the other way or
Congratulations,
if William
Steve Kuklo.
hung on enough from this morning.
Yep.
Our third place award being presented by Nick Kretsoulis and Jan Tanner again. $50,000 goes to Mamdouh Big Ramy Al-Spaye.
There it is. And you get it right on cue because the crowds always like the freaks.
Yeah.
Guess what? They're out there booing, but listen, you got to appreciate what Big Ramy's brought back to the table. And his first venture with new coach Chad Nichols, so the future's looking pretty bright for the big man. All right, I am going to go. Now, I thought Dexter looked a little sharper tonight, at least from what we can see on the video monitor here in the back. I'm going to say they stuck with William Bonac for the win. So I think Dexter, I think he made up some ground. Did he make up enough ground?
I still think Dexter.
The second place award being presented by Nair Aravainen from Cryotech and Fred Biggie Smalls from Big Sports, $75,000. In second place tonight, the one and only Dexter Jackson.
Ah, there it is.
The blade.
The sentimental pick, obviously. You would like to have seen Dexter finish off his Arnold career, obviously, with a win. But you know what? You can't take it away from William. He had a little bit of a lead in the morning, I believe. Dexter made up some ground, but clearly not enough ground. And there's your winner again, William Bonac. William, Mr. Consistency.
The Conqueror.
The Conqueror. Hey, he conquered again.
He conquered once again.
The greatest, Dexter Jackson. Our first place award being presented by Steve Slater of Rogue Fitness and Natalie Eva Marie from Rain Body Fuel. $130,000. And your Arnold Classic Champion 2020, William Bonac.
There it is, your first champ of 2020, William the Conqueror Bonac, back in the winner's circle,
Arnold.
back to the Olympia.
Arnold on stage with that magnificent Arnold
He earned it, Bob.
Classic
He was shredded,
statue.
in shape, as
William.
always.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's been very hard to beat lately. So
I know you've
He's
been
very
waiting for
consistent.
this.
Like I said, that's his hallmark, is his consistency, and that's going to bode well with the judges always. They like to see that. Remember we were talking about earlier, Luke, about how the judges always got it in their mind of what you looked like last time. Well, he looked that good last time he won this show.
If you're always 100%, you're always, it's pretty difficult to deny.
Yeah.
William Bonac, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, look at that. What a winner. One of our best lineups ever. Over to you, Arnold.
Arnold's always thinking about the selfie. Look at him. He's going to get the picture
He
with the
loves
crowd
it,
in the
he
back.
just loves it.
Yeah. He's going to put it, what does he do?
It's
Snapchat. He's going to put it on
Snapchat, yeah.
Snapchat.
Arnold's very up on the date up on all the social media
He's
stuff.
down with the kids.
He knows. Look, he knows.
Oh,
He knows
hang on,
what-
let's listen in.
I feel amazing. I feel wonderful, man. You know, my world is like, it's like I'm in heaven now, man, for the second time. You know,
So tell me now about your training. Maybe you can share something, some of your secrets.
I don't really have a secret. My only secret is hard training, you know, patience, dedication. I just bring myself to the gym every day, you know, so I take it a day by day, you know, and see how it goes. You know, I don't plan ahead. So each day is a struggle for me. And this prep was really tough for me because I was dealing with the injury as well. Lost my sponsor as well. So this really means a lot to me for the title. So I want to thank everybody for coming here, for supporting us as well. You know, also despite the coronavirus, for you guys to be here, for your understanding, really appreciate it. And thank you for your understanding, you know. And hopefully we can do this over with the expo in a few months' time or even next year, you know. So health comes first, you know. So let's please have understanding for this situation. And thank you guys, thank you all. And I want to thank a special person. And if it's possible, I want to bring that special person to the stage. Because without a special person, I couldn't have done this, you know, because she's the one behind my prep, behind my meals. She's the one who's pushing me every day to go to the gym. She's the one taking care for my kids, you know. And when I'm weak, when I'm tired, she's the one, you know, who lifts us all up. She's stronger than I am. And I want to bring my fiance to the stage. Sienna, please, can you come to the stage?
Hey, William, turn around. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you. Now, we're going to get the top 6 when they're finished, you know. Turn the lights down, maybe. Well, let's line up for a picture, you guys.
Dexter on one side, third place on the other side. And then spread out.
And remember, we've got the seminar, the showcase with all the winners and Arnold tomorrow morning at 9:30. And remember, daylight saving starts tonight, so you've got to get up an hour earlier. We've got a shot of Arnold with the pros, the winners. Then we're going to get the VIP ticket holders on stage for a picture with the platinum ticket holders with your ticket to have a picture with William. Thank you, Arnold. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Check it out. There's one thing I think the message came from Triple H, from Arnold, and everyone tonight, is we're all in this together. So when you see someone at the gym or someone struggling or someone that's out of shape, give them a word of encouragement and bring them along on the ride. Well done to all the judges. Thanks to the best audience in the world, and good night.
Yeah, sure. Just let me know when we're live. All right, we're back. Aaron Singerman along with Luke Sandow. We just saw a new champion crowned, and of course, the new champ is the old champ. How about that? William Bonac taking it all. William the Conqueror, they call him that for a reason.
You know, Bob, he deserved it. He came in great shape, as usual, and he defeated a really tough lineup tonight.
Now, Luke, we were taking our bets beforehand. Obviously, you thought Dexter did do enough to take the title from, but at the end of the day, close, but no cigar.
Well, I think he sealed the deal in prejudging. Simple. But I mean, Dexter did look phenomenal this evening.
Well, you know, you can only make up so much, like we were talking about earlier. You're not going to jump 3 spots. In this case, if it's that close, it's not like William really fell off the grid.
Well, no,
I mean, he looked tremendous.
William has missed the consistency. He looks 100% of the time.
Yes, he did. So congratulations to him, another Arnold title. But, you know, that really solidifies William. Not that he hasn't been a contender, but, again, the Arnold Classic champ, usually the number 1 contender to the title, with Brandon Curry in there as the champ this year. Until we find out otherwise from whether a Phil's going in or any of the past champs, Sean Roden. I got to believe that Bonac is the number 1 contender.
He's got to be, Bob. He has to be the number 1 contender. You win this 2-time Arnold Classic champion. He's going into Olympia as our. Who knows if he does another show? More than likely, he'll wait to the Olympia, and
you know what? You never know with these guys because obviously there's other shows. Now you got the Arnold in just 2 weeks, and our buddy Tony Doherty's down under.
Yes.
Now that's assuming that he doesn't have any issues, of course. Said just come in any time. Huh? So. Look at this.
So, look, I just got to tell you a story real quick. So, I was backstage, right? Now, Arnold done walked past me about 4 times today, and he acted like he didn't see me. So, one time, he finally seen me. He was like, hey, and he tried to give me the fist bump. And so, of course, I fist bumped him back. And I was like, you know, it's kind of fucked up. You ignore me when I lose. You know, you only talk to me when I win, right? He said, what? What do you mean? He said, did you lose today? I said, hell yeah. He said, well, when else? I said, I lose all the time. I said, and you never talk to me when I'm losing. He said, you sensitive bitch. And everybody died laughing. Everybody died laughing. One thing I want to say, and I'll let y'all get back to this. I hope, I actually pray that one day, maybe you came in on the tail end of it, or maybe you remember a lot of it, when bodybuilding and bodybuilders had their very own community. Not to say that they alienated people that weren't bodybuilders, but bodybuilders, they were friends. Like, not the fake shit, like they really were. And they took care of each other. And when we all get together to compete, or when y'all all get together to compete, it was a time for all of y'all to meet up and have a good time. And you competing, but it's not necessarily my body against yours, because I can't make my quads look like yours, because it's a different body. And I hope, you know, I'm talking to some of the guys backstage, I hope one day that we can get to where this can be about us performing for the fans, and, you know, hopefully not letting social media or egos or whatever get in the way of us making this sport be as great as it can be. And in order for it to be as great as it can be, it takes all of us shining brightly together, not shining individually, but shining together. And I hope that we can get that sense of community back, so that we all can be here representing each other together. That's what
you're a great leader, and it takes one man to make that happen, and I think you're going to be that guy.
I don't know, not getting goddamn 6th place. However, your shoes are awesome.
I always appreciate it, but you don't have to win a show to be a leader, my friend.
I've been telling him that. I've been telling him that for a while now.
Aaron started with that shit. Hey, you got to say something too.
Listen, congratulations.
What the fuck you talking about?
Great. Not what you were looking for today, but I know you will live to fight another day, my friend. So we're going to see our best Cedric this year, and in my prediction, we're going to see the best Cedric we've ever seen at this year's Olympia.
And one thing I want to do is I want to give y'all a big thumbs up and a shout out for being as resilient as you had to be to make this work. Because, you know, people can talk shit, oh, the expo closed, the show ain't going like it's supposed to go. But for y'all to be able to pick up and do what you had to do with this, you know, to be able to make something, you know, out of the pieces, I'm very thankful for that, you know, and of course, guess what? Everybody was watching, you know, so you made it great. So I'm glad for that.
Cedric, we always appreciate you, man. We'll see you down the road on the circuit this year. The great Cedric McMillan once again coming. You know what? He brings up a great point, which was the camaraderie that we had years ago. And Luke, you're a fairly new guy, but I did grow up in the era he's talking about.
I just want to know how many vodkas you gave him.
Yeah.
No vodkas tonight.
But you know what? There was a good sense of camaraderie. But you know what? It takes one person. And like I say, you know what? He can be that person.
He can be.
Start it, bring it in. But a lot of you guys are good friends. I mean, a lot of you guys, I know you guys have a lot of fun, especially in the UK.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, I don't think people are at each other's throats. You know what I mean? So I do see a lot of camaraderie still today.
I think there's a lot. I think there is, and I also think there's a lot of friendly rivalries as well.
Yeah.
I think the sport's great, and I think Instagram and everything out there, the social media, should be used as a positive tool.
It's definitely gotten better.
It's a tool. A hammer is a tool you can use to build or destroy. And that's
Cedric's personality has always been one of the best in the biz. And I love talking to him all the time, but he gets it. And he gets, you've heard my rhetoric for years, bro, on increasing the entertainment value in bodybuilding. And we've got people in place at this time, especially with the changes to the Olympia this year, that I think you're going to start to see that. I think you're going to start to see that we've got to give out a show.
Yeah.
It's a competition. Again, it's not wrestling. It's not something that's a sports entertainment or predetermined or anything like that. And you don't need that kind of stuff. What you need, though, is you need to entertain the fans. It's got to be fun.
I think you need personalities like Cedric. And you said Cedric gets it. Cedric gets it half the time.
Yeah.
Like, he just got it just now. He got it.
Yeah,
right? But you said exactly what I've told him. You don't have to be Mr. Olympia, because his big thing is that one day I'll be Mr. Olympia. When I'm Mr. Olympia, I will lead us to the promised land. And I'm like, what are you waiting for, man? You may never be Mr. Olympia. And then what? And you didn't accomplish your goal of doing what you said you're going to do.
The title doesn't give you that leadership.
No.
Listen, we've had leaders, champions over the years that weren't necessarily leaders.
Not at all.
Some are. Lee Haney, great leader when he was a champ. Other people, not so much, various degrees.
Yeah.
But listen, I hope he really takes the bull by the horns on that one.
I'm going to do my best to make sure that he does.
No, I know you have, but I do appreciate his, Cedric, he'll just, pile in, say what you want to say.
He's just smudged my shirt.
Yeah,
as well.
that's why I've learned to wear black over all these. We're waiting on the governor himself. Should be making his way through here any moment. We're going to get his comments, of course, on the weekend, and we're going to get a word with the champ, William Bonac. Our good friend Dan Solomon is kicking around. If I can,
this would be a great time for Dan.
If I can find him, there's a couple of the judges coming through now. Tamer El-Gindi, actually the producer of the Olympia.
You ever seen, Bob? So when the bikini girls come up, right? The impulse when they win is to hug Arnold.
Yeah.
And Arnold will be like, because he doesn't want to.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, you don't want the don't need the virus kicking around. But
well, now he has a whole different reason. But before he didn't want the tan on his jacket. No. Smart man.
Always wear dark colors on
Always.
stage. You know. The first thing that Jim Mannion said when I finally won the USA, he says, "Congratulations, Chick, you finally did it." He said, "Don't touch the suit." That true story.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, he had like a light-colored suit on the year I won.
I feel like he says that all the time.
There's the governor now,
There he
which seems to be going, but
okay.
We're gonna.
I feel like we just got snubbed.
Did we just get snubbed by Arnold?
Did he just?
I think he took one look at you, Luke, and he said, "No, no."
Listen, don't
I
bring
think that's
names
what
into this.
happened.
Don't bring
Yeah,
names into this.
he said, "Man,
I'm
I
a fellow European.
So I ain't going over it with that guy." Let's see if we can get the champ, William Bonac, as he's coming out.
Yep. Everybody's piling out of this thing now. And have to say the audience, Bob, was really actually extremely enthusiastic tonight. Because we're back here and we can hear the screams and the yells from everybody literally from across the way. And people we're going nuts all night.
The good thing is, despite the setbacks this weekend, tonight was packed up.
Yes.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of funky, weird stuff that was going on this weekend because how you can allow a full house on a Saturday night, but you couldn't allow a full house on
It's so weird.
Friday afternoon is completely beyond me. But, you know, that's the CDC in the city, and it's got something to do with between the convention center.
The coronavirus must have
and
the
Hilton.
weekend off.
Apparently, the coronavirus can only go so far, my friend. It can't permeate the walls. Of,
That was Arnold's big thing, right? So you watched all the news, but his thing was like, well, the hockey game is going on down the road. How is that okay? So
all right, Dex,
come on, Dex.
Speaking of the champs, perfect
Blade.
timing. The Blade is in the house.
Just Blade.
Just Blade.
Just Blade, no the Blade anymore.
Now listen, congratulations, champ. Luke has actually turn around this way, Dex, so you cannot see the back of your head. So Luke has actually taken off "the" off your name, so it's not the Blade. He thinks you're a vampire.
Yeah, you what the fuck, man? There's no way you're just a normal man.
It used to be.
You're now
it used
Blade.
To be the Facebook, and they turned just a Facebook.
Yeah, you're now
right there now.
just
You're just Blade.
Just
now.
Blade.
Just Dexter Blade.
No,
That's
swears,
it.
no Blade anymore.
He swears there's no way you can actually do what you do at 51 years old now.
I'm not fucking 50.
What are you?
I'm 50, bro.
50. You
That's
said
split us.
51.
I think that's just it's
Well, you're going to be
splitting
51
hairs.
this year, so whatever. You do have a birthday this year, right? Okay.
You're 51 this
listen,
year.
50,
November.
51, whatever it is. Listen, bro, congratulations. We were taking our bets on whether you were actually going to take the title. Most of the people had Bonac ahead a little bit in the morning, but then, man, you came roaring back tonight, and we thought it might have been enough.
I thought I did too, man. God, I was this freaking close.
Yeah, you were. I mean, it was very, very close. But give me your own rendition of this Dexter Jackson we just saw on stage tonight.
Well, as you see, I don't have the bubble gut no more. That's gone. Okay, because I'm smart, and I got some good people in my corner that actually figured out how to get rid of it. So all you guys out there that's calling people bubble guts and got bubble guts, call me. I'm gonna hook all that up. We ain't gonna see no more bubble guts no more.
No more garlic.
Competition this morning, Dex.
Competition this morning. I thought I was amazing when I first came out. You know, I kind of feel that I flattened out a tad bit, you know, at the end, but not enough to put me outside of winning. I thought I still could have won prejudging, but you know, it's just my opinion. You know, we got a panel of judges, and I respect everything that they say, and or I respect their judging, and but you know me, I always want to come in better for the night show, which I always do. So I went and ate all my Chinese food, and ate all my fried, you know, Popeye's chicken.
Is that a
And
secret?
I was
That's
right
a
on
secret.
point.
That's a secret.
You're taking notes. You're taking notes.
I'm taking- Write this down.
Listen, next show where he comes back as a water balloon at the night show. I follow what Dexter told me to do, and clearly it doesn't work for me.
You got to be the Blade to do that, man. I wouldn't try to.
Yes. All right.
Just Blade. Got to be
Just Blade. Just Blade.
Where do we go from here, Dex? Now, you've already announced earlier in the year, look, this is it for me. It's kind of the last tour. I'm going to finish up my career on the Olympia stage, which I think is very fitting and very smart. But where do you go from here to the Olympia? Is there anything in between for you?
I still have all Arnolds. I got the Arnold Australia and Brazil. So I'm coming, you know, you saw me here. You know I get better every show. So I'm going to be better for both of those shows. Trying to win those victories. I haven't won the Brazil yet, so I'm definitely going to come there straighter than ever and try and win that. And then the Olympia that's going to be my final show, you know. what better way to retire than to retire on top of the Olympia stage?
Well,
So that's
I mean,
my
this,
goal.
this was emotional enough as your final Arnold here, you know, the Arnold. To this, you know, it was a great crowd here tonight. The Olympia is going to be even. I can't even imagine.
Man, you see me, I like a little punk on stage. I punked up on stage, but hey, man, I love my fans and thank you guys so much for all the hospitality and messages and all the stuff you send me, man. Without you guys, I would have retired a long time ago. So that breakdown that you saw, that's 100%, you know, authentic. And I love you guys, man. And I thought I could be hard and just be like, you know, it's over, I'm dropping the mic and walk away, man. That shit hurt bad when I see and I get the reaction that I get from you guys and get the messages I get. So
Thanks. Congratulations on tonight. Best of luck going forward with all the other Arnolds. I'll see you in September at our last Olympia, my friend. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Dax.
Thanks, Sam.
Luke, good luck in your show, brother.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
See you soon.
Thanks, Dax.
Yep.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, brother. Good seeing you. Always, Dax. Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I actually think we did get snubbed by Arnold. So I guess he's got things to do. So we were hoping to get him here at the webcast, but they kind of shuffled him off a different way and all that. So I think we're going to wrap it up at this point. But it's been a pleasure again, my friend.
Of course. My pleasure. Pleasure always mine.
Good. And Luke, for whatever you contributed, you know.
Yeah, sorry.
No, listen, great job, man. But, you know, it's fun on the side of the microphone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
Good stuff. Darren, appreciate you and everything Redcon does, obviously, here at the Arnold and throughout the year, because you sponsor a whole bunch of shows, including my own overseas in the UK. So we appreciate that as well.
Redcon, look, I came from bodybuilding, the bodybuilding industry. I love bodybuilding, and Redcon One will always support the sport of bodybuilding in any way we can.
Well, it's well appreciated by everybody. And that's going to wrap things up here at the Arnold Classic 2020 edition. The season has started. We're on a road to the Olympia. And for everybody here at the Arnold Classic and Redcon One, I'm Bob Ciccarello. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys. I don't know about you guys, but this is like the deadest I've ever seen the parking lot before. I don't know how we parked up front. This is crazy. The Arnold is not. How?
Are we lost?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the exact booth I'd planned for this year. I feel like it was a lot bigger last year.
But something's better than nothing. And while everybody, including us, is very upset that the Arnold Expo is canceled, we are still coming to you guys live so you can watch the webcast of the Arnold Classic, which is still going on in the Arnold site. And I know everybody was excited about the booth. I know you were.
I was good.
We always love having the booth and the excitement that the booth generates and having everybody come up to the brand and say, I love it, I love Total War, I love this or that. And obviously we do deals at the booth. We do the biggest deal of the year at the booth, which is a buy one, get one free mix and match. So we're gonna do that exact same deal from right now until Sunday. So even if you couldn't come to the Arnold Expo, you couldn't get the deal of the century, you still can on redcon1.com. What do you think?
Can't come to the booth? We're gonna bring the booth to you.
Days of mixing pre-workout powders are over. Redcon One's best-selling pre-workout Total War is now ready to drink. With 6 amazing flavors, Total War RTD provides 12 ounces of fully dosed adrenaline to push you through any workout. Visit redcon1.com to order today. With the MRE, meal replacement shake, you put in about, it depends on 12 to 16 ounces of water, depending on how you want it to taste, basically. You know, I like it a little bit thicker. You don't go too more over 4. You kind of level it off, right? All right, there you go. You gonna mix yours up in your shaker there, Brian?
What? I'm a big guy.
Hey, that's my spot. Wrong choice. Performing at a high level takes a toll on your body. Every kick, every sprint, every single drill causes stress to your muscles and makes it harder to repeat. Grunt from Redcon One provides those essential amino acids that the body can't produce naturally. Don't let soreness keep you out of the game. Try our EAAs to keep your body at the highest state of readiness.